Gummy. Look. Oh. Gummy. I just fed you. No, Gummy. I just fed you, and I fed you a lot of food. Okay. Fed you more than I needed to, because you've been acting up today. Right? So be a good kitty. I love you. You can always come and cuddle. So what happened to this fucking retard? Metatron's a straight up fucking dumbass. BBTVRHEI took 30,000 from me and is refusing to pay.
I honestly hate making this type of videos. I'd rather talk about civilization, history, and languages, or maybe anything else, really, but here we
Yes, all things he knows very little about.
are. So we have been, as a channel, with an MCN called BBTV, now Ray, for many, many years. And it's the MCN through which we get paid, because YouTube pays them, they pay me. Now I understand that some of you will tell me, oh, why are you even with an MCN? Leave them. But suffice to say, I have no choice. I'll give you more details on this if you want to know, but for now, just trust me when I tell you I had no choice in the matter. I had to have an MCN. They have always been, over the years, very consistent. They get paid from YouTube, and then they send me my share of my revenue. They keep an amount, and then they give me the rest. What happened is that the last time I got my payment for my revenue generated by my channels, all my channels on YouTube, was in December. So you can imagine it's the 21st of February. We started panicking a bit. And I've been sending them emails for weeks, telling them, excuse me, but we didn't get paid. What happened? Where is my revenue? I've got a mortgage to pay. I've got bills to pay. I've got my editors to pay. I've got my researchers to pay. What's going on? Finally, they reply, they say, we'll look into it. And then they ghost me. So I open a second ticket and I tell them, I've got a mortgage to pay. I don't want to lose my home. You need to tell me what's going on. Why have I not been paid my money that I've already earned through AdSense?
So I'm pretty sure he's fucking lying right here. He said he has researchers and writers. This guy's a fucking idiot. He made a video about whether or not Hitler was right-wing or left-wing. And the conclusion he made in the video was that he was neither right nor left. He was somewhere in the middle on the center, which is the most fucked-hearted assessment you could possibly make. So who the fuck are the researchers helping you make your fucking videos if you're telling everybody Hitler was neither left-wing nor right-wing, you fucking moron? So that just sounds like a straight-up lie to me. I don't think this guy has any employees. And his videos are not produced in a way that suggests that he has any staff or any independent contractors that help him with his videos. That just sounds like complete horseshit.
And my work. So finally, to the second ticket, they reply and they tell me, oh, there was a problem with a double payment. Our lead is looking into this and you will hear from them in the coming days. So my wife and I are perplexed. What double payment? I get an email yesterday night. In this email, this guy tells me, hi, hello, you owe us $30,000 because you were double paid. So we're going to take that and we're not going to send you your money, your payment. I'm paraphrasing here. We're not going to send you your revenue for the next X months to cover this money. Thanks for understanding. Bye. What? So I look at these revenue reports that they show and I'm like,
Hi VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are feeling fucking great tonight. So, from the title of your video that you actually slept and are feeling better, did my link to that examine.com article titled 10 Tips for Better Sleep. So much for social healthcare LMFAO.
Well, I already know about all that advice for, sleep hygiene. So I've been doing that. But, yeah, I was able to get like 6 hours last night, and then, I think I slept for about another 6 hours in the afternoon. So I got a decent amount of sleep finally. Thanks for the donation, Ben. So, where does the Metatron live? So, apparently, this MCN is based in Vancouver. T-Pain? T-Pain is one of their creators. That sounds unlikely. Is there anybody else? I don't know who the fuck these other people are. So, they rebranded as well. That's a huge red flag. They're also based in Vancouver. That's also a huge red flag. So, yeah, they probably they're probably just have insane ridiculous expenses because they're a terrible company. And they ran out of money to pay people, so then they just came up with some stupid fucking excuse not to pay him. Or he's lying and he's full of shit. Who knows?
Oh, this is insane. No way they're doing that. So here's what happened, and it's crazy. Spoiler alert, we don't owe them $30,000. We don't. It's our money, and they are taking it from us. Please remember, don't send hate towards them in my behalf. I condemn all forms of harassment. In July 2023, they did, by their mistake, overpay us. We discussed it, we went through it. In July, I asked, do I need to send you the money back? And this, so that basically you give the money back that way. And I was like, yeah, cool, that's fine. We have already done that. We paid that money back. They're asking for it again. In fact, a higher number. It's crazy. And I will prove, I have all the bank statements to prove this, and I'll tell you all the details later. But at the same time, I don't want to stop production. So I want you to keep getting the videos that you love. This is where I'm going to mention my Patreon. I don't want to ask you directly for monetary support. It makes me feel bad to say, hey guys, I got a PayPal. I feel bad to ask you directly for money. I want to give you something back. If you do decide to support us during this moment of crisis, they have no connection to that whatsoever, so the money from Patreon comes directly to me. And I also have a Twitch where I go live almost every day. So if you don't like Patreon, you don't have a Patreon, if you haven't used your Amazon subscription for a streamer, I know some people are like, no, Metatron, I really want to send you the money directly. Some people do tell me that. If you do, thank you. I'm not going to say no to that. I'm not going to ask you directly. But if you do want to do that and you do want to support us directly without using the platforms, then there is going to be a link to my PayPal or my wife's Venmo. I thank you from the bottom of our hearts. This connects also to a situation about my new Bible video. I put hundreds and hundreds of hours to generate that revenue. A big chunk of these hours was for the production that I've been doing for the last 6 months for a new Bible video.
Where's the stupid Bible video? Oh, he's uploading pretty frequently now. I don't see his dumb gay Bible video.
Hello, Noble One.
prosperous times.
Okay, so right.
Now we've gone
So
up
this
to the very
is the guy who claims he has a production team?
Hello, Number Ones. Well, give them permission. What this was, most likely.
Yeah, right.
Which was a new take, a remake of my original Historicity of Jesus video. And it's done, it's ready. I was about to click publish today. So what I decided to do is that for now, the video is on Patreon. Right now, it is there. You can watch it. Like if you are a Patreon or if you become a Patreon today, even the lowest tier, I'm not putting it in the high tier, $100. No, the lowest tier, the $5 tier. If you become a Patreon, you can watch it and you can have an early access to it. And it will stay on Patreon for now, but the split second, and this is a promise I make you, the split second that I get enough support on Patreon or Twitch today, or direct donations, that I have recovered the money I spent on that video, I'll publish it. Because that was the original intent. The video is phenomenal. It's 1 hour long. We put so much work as a team in it. It's really my best video ever made. Definitely my best Bible video. It's fantastic. We review all of the historical evidence. We do all of that. And I was going to post it this month. I spent a lot of money to make it. I paid a lot of researchers, editors, plus all of my hundreds of man hours. That video cost a lot to produce, and you'll see it. You'll see the moment you start watching it, the first 2 minutes, you'll be like, oh, well, yeah, I can see that. This is super high production. If I click publish now on my YouTube channel, I'm not going to make anything. And it's not like I want to become rich. I just wanted to recoup the money I spent to make it. That's really all I wanted to do with this video. And if anything extra, thank the Lord. But not only they're not going to pay me for so all the revenue accrued by this, are you going to keep that? Are you going to take it from me? So I can't do that. That would destroy me financially. I wanted this video to be free. I didn't want this video to be behind a paywall. And the only reason why I'm putting it on Patreon today is a way to say thank you to you, to those who will support me today and help me out through this, but also as a way to, as I say, recoup a little bit, at least the money that I'm spent so that I can pay my researchers and all that. But then I will make it public. I am so sorry that I had to not post this video. So I have been building hype for it. 13,000 people saw it. I wrote of his word does, and they will not suffer from this. I would really appreciate it if 2023. Of course, the month of July, they still owed us a certain amount of money for revenue, but they overpaid. So all you need to do, mathematics, YouTube analytics, 10 years together. They don't care. They just said, thanks for understanding. I would only receive payment in Italy. And we can prove it if payment in Italy. But report that I don't know what they did, and they think they can just say, oh, you owe us 30K and not give me my hard-worked money. I'm not okay with that. Now, going back to those of you who wanted to know, so why do I have to be with an MCN? Well, here's the thing. On YouTube, it's very complicated when it comes to the rules of where you create and how you get paid. And I created my channel 10 years ago, well, 11 years ago now, I think, 12, I don't know, in Italy. And then I reached monetization, and that was fine. Through the MCN, again, we've been together for 10 years, but at the time, it was different time. They were actually helping back in the day. Now they don't do anything, and they still take the money. Still,
I'm thinking of getting one of these hats for my vegan activism. Which color would you choose? I really like the red one and maybe the black one, lol.
I'd probably wear the black. Yeah, either the black or the gray. I think that would be the best one. That's what I'd do. Thanks for the donation, Ben. So, this doesn't make any sense. For one thing, you could sign up for AdSense in Italy 10 years ago. There's nothing that would prevent you from doing that. Secondly, 10 years ago, MCNs were not useful for anything. By that time, the only thing that they were ever good for, ever in the history of their existence, was for gaming channels. So there was a lot of there was a lot of question as to whether or not gaming would cover fair use. And a lot of these gaming companies, especially Nintendo, they wouldn't let anybody publish any video game content on their fucking platform and monetize it. So the MCNs were the only way to get monetization if you're making gaming content, but he doesn't make gaming content, so there was no point whatsoever for him to ever sign up to an MCN. They don't ever make you more money. Like, if they do, it's minuscule. Like, tiny, tiny difference. There's something weird not adding up to the story. He made his channel in Italy and then signed up to a multi-channel network that's in fucking BC, Canada? Like, what? This is a little weird. He also hasn't showed any of his actual email correspondence with his MCN. He's claiming they said a certain thing, but he won't actually share the actual correspondence. So something's a little fishy here. It's not quite adding up. I'm not saying he's lying, but just something's weird about this.
Hello Richard, my little ray of sunshine, wakey wakey rise and shine. I'm glad you slept and feel better, cupcake. XOXOXO.
Well, thank you, Purple Galaxies. Appreciate that. Thanks for the donation.
Christians are so dumb.
Yeah, they are. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Why don't I watch UFC? Is there a fight on tonight? Who's even fighting? Richard's frozen sperm cells donate to lawyers. Tiny is a bitch for trying to dox Just Talk and do a massive flag campaign against his channel. Because Just Talk doesn't fuck with Tiny's weird sex pest behavior. Daily reminder that Tiny will never have a normal social relationship with any human being. Yeah, I find that very hard to believe. So I could not be fucked about any of this, so who cares? Thanks for the donation, dude.
Still, eventually, as you know, I married, my wife is American, so I moved to the US. But that creates a problem, because now, since my channel was created in Italy, I cannot receive payment through an American bank. I would only receive payment in Italy, but there will be a problem for taxes, because I need to be taxed in America. That's where I paid my taxes. But also, I would have never been able to buy my home, because if you don't show that you're getting at least 2 years of constant revenue paid on an American bank, as a foreigner, I am not allowed to buy a house. So for 2 years, we had to, again, maintain the MCN because they can do that. They get paid instead of you. That's a lot of people do this.
All you have to do is create like your own LLC or something, and then just pay yourself. Why would you do an MCN? Like what? Why would you do that? Why would you have somebody take your fucking money when you could just create your own LLC and then pay yourself? And then get all the money? So stupid.
Including H3H3, that's why he did it that way. And a lot of YouTube...
Nah, I don't play MK1. It's pretty shitty. I think that's the agreement everybody's made, that MK1 kind of sucks.
YouTubers that move end up having to go through an MCN because of this problem. And then, so for years, we've been receiving the payment through them, because that way I can get paid, because they get paid from YouTube, and then they, in America, wherever they're stationed, and then they pay me on my bank, in my bank. And that way, I could build up this credit score that allowed me to buy a house. So this is the only way I have to be with an MCN. Now, given after this treatment, I'm going to change MCN, but still, I need to have an MCN because it's the only way someone who moves can continue to get paid. Because otherwise, you have to delete your AdSense, create a new one, hope to be verified. It's like it's a headache, and most people just do it this way. Most people that move, they just do it this way through an MCN because it makes everything, in theory, easier. And it used to be. But since they changed and now they're under this Ray, it's going nuts. It's going nuts. We do not owe them. This is going to be to you, Ray, BBTV. We don't owe you $30,000. Your employees are either being, I'm going to pay the people that I heck.
Well, that
All right,
sounds retarded. Richard's autistic donor donated $2. Richard, you are stuck in a jail facility with John Venus. Vegan Cheetah, Frank Tufano, Alex O'Connor, or Ryan from Happy Healthy Vegan. If you had to choose one to be your bunk roommate, who would it be? Probably Ryan from Happy Healthy Vegan because he's fairly polite and not an insane, crazy, whack job retard who shits his pants like the other people. Thanks for the donation, though, Richard's autistic dono.
Joe Rogan, of all people, decided to help debunk Elon Musk's social security lies. And listen, Elon Musk keeps using this propaganda tool of spreading lies about certain institutions, spreading lies about certain agencies or certain benefits, and then using those lies as justifications to slash them, to completely nuke certain agencies. Let's take U.S. aid, for example. He made up complete lies about U.S. aid. He selectively released small numbers and then used that as a justification to shutter the agency entirely. And it's the same thing with Social Security. Before I play this clip of Joe Rogan, all that I ask is that you drop a like, subscribe, and let's lay the groundwork with this article that's titled, "Musk Misreads Social Security Data. Millions of dead people are not getting benefits, experts say." Now, he released this chart that shows apparently people who are 120 years old to 140 to 160 years old are getting millions of dollars in benefits. It's not true at all. President Donald Trump and Elon Musk, in their hunt for, quote, fraud, waste, and abuse in the federal government, are falsely implying millions of dead Americans are receiving Social Security benefits, experts told ABC News. And the most disappointing part of it all is that we literally have a QAnon administration. We have a QAnon president, and Elon Musk is in this deep, deep spiral where he's latching onto more and more conspiracy theories. And when these lies are coming from the top down, they are so hard to fight. I covered in another video the other day, this Trump supporter saying, it's coming from the president. How can he be lying? He has it on good authority that vaccines are doing this and that Bill Gates is doing that. It's like, dude, he's a QAnon conspiracy theorist in the Oval Office. So it started in the Oval Office last week when Musk, facing reporters for the first time since the Doge department began its aggressive overhaul of the federal government, said he found, quote, crazy things in the Social Security system, including, he said, people who are 150 years old. The billionaire has only built on that claim on social media, including screenshots of data he says shows millions of people marked as alive, and again, it is not true. And Elon Musk is continuing his barrage of disinformation on Twitter. You know, I've been pulling up Elon's Twitter just to show you guys. I just pulled it up right now. He tweeted out, I just want to show you. This is what we're fighting against. He tweeted out 4 minutes ago, Reuters full of lies. 13 minutes ago, 12 minutes ago, 12 minutes ago, 13 minutes ago again, 15 minutes ago, 16, 19, 21, 22, 23. This dude tweets every minute. It's obsessive. It is an obsessive trait with him at this point, and this is what we are pushing back against. There was a specific tweet I was looking for, but now I can't find it. But it was basically just Trump saying that Elon Musk needs to be more aggressive, not less aggressive, which is a scary thought. Let's go back to this. On Tuesday, Trump repeated many of the same false numbers that Musk had put out. Quote, now the big thing is, how many of these people got paid? They're all asking, why are these old people getting paid? Now, according to agency statistics, Of the 67 million people who receive Social Security benefits, only 0.1% are over the age of 100. Quote, so when they're throwing around numbers like tens of millions of dead people are getting Social Security, well, there's only 67 million total. What are they talking about? Half of the people are actually dead? The numbers are so ridiculous. It's not true. They are genuinely claiming that tens of techs to nuke the illness, which, you know, he has a proclivity to latch on to conspiracy theories as well, but it's how they could just be mistaken.
That are about social.
Take a listen. In this for an old program.
Talking about Social Security.
Yeah.
And that people are receiving Social Security that are 150 years old. But I don't think that is the reality as it's being explained by people who understand COBOL, the language, and this computer programming language that they use is ancient, right? Which is kind of crazy that they're still using that, right?
It's the government. I mean,
right.
Yeah.
So some guy who understands it was explaining that if certain factors aren't taken into consideration or certain things aren't entered in, you know, like date of birth or when there's certain things
or date of death, or,
right? But it doesn't even necessarily mean that all these people are receiving checks.
Right. They're just listed on the files,
right?
And it doesn't mean money's going out to them, and so. Yeah, again, from a messaging perspective, you know, does Elon need to screenshot that and then send it out as a tweet or whatever we call X nowadays, and then suddenly you've got a couple million people going, oh my God, we're paying dead people. Well,
right. That's the problem with.
I mean, that is a great point right there. It's insane to me how sometimes Joe Rogan decides to selectively be super rational, and I've seen this.
Show me.
So Joe Rogan can, in fact, think for himself. That's surprising. This guy's face grosses me out. I don't know what about his... I don't know, it's just weird. Mangus donated $2, let me see. Oh!
The misconception about birds.
They got diseases. That's the first thing people say. Oh, they got diseases. Motherfucker, you got diseases. We was one of the most disease-infested motherfuckers on the planet. You see, look how clean they are. You fucking scared of a pigeon and you want to get tough with me. Fuck out of here. Look at that motherfucker. Touch his stomach. Nah, he gonna bite me.
Look,
no, he's not. He don't bite,
don't
yo.
go to the pigeon coop.
Look.
Those are sweet manguses. Those are very nice pigeons. Oh. Oh. That cat is very whiny. Oh my God. Oh, what the hell is this?
Give it a go.
Oh, it's a Hyrax.
Time to go.
He doesn't want to move. Hyrax says I stay.
Time to go, kiddo. She doesn't want to go at all.
My goodness.
You've got to irritate her enough to go, but not enough for her to bite you. I don't think she'll bite, but...
Wow.
Hey, it's time to go.
That's amazing. Hyraxes are really cool.
I went to sleep with the door open.
Oh, possum. Dude. I wish these little guys would wander into my house. That's amazing. My God, look at him. Such a nice possum. Oh my God. What do you drive? Oh yeah, that looks nice and retarded. I'd drive that. Wow, that's one of the dumbest looking cars I've ever seen. Yeah, I'd definitely drive that. Thanks for the donation, Mangus.
me a full glass of red wine. Here is an image of a full glass of red wine placed on a wooden table. No, I said a full glass of red wine. Here is an image of a completely full glass of red wine, filled to the very brim. Let me know if you'd like any further adjustments. Does that look like it's filled to the...
They also say horrible things like you're going to hell if you don't submit to our God.
That is true, and it's not good. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Brim to you? You're right, it doesn't quite look like it's filled to the absolute brim. Let me try again and ensure the glass appears completely full, with the wine nearly overflowing at the edge. Here's a new version, with the glass of red wine filled completely to the brim, showing the surface tension holding the wine in place. Mate, that's still only half full. You're absolutely right again. Let me try once more to create an image of a glass completely filled to the brim, leaving no room for ambiguity. I'll ensure it looks like the wine is almost spilling over. Wow, that's a fun one. But the glass remains palpably, definitively, manifestly half full. You're absolutely right. Again, let's get it perfect this time. I'll ensure the glass is so full it leaves no doubt, with the wine literally on the verge of spilling over. Let me make it unmistakably filled to the brim. Here's the new attempt, featuring a glass of red wine undeniably filled to the very brim. Let me know if this finally hits the mark. You would make a terrible bartender. Touché. Clearly my glass filling skills could use some work. If you ever need someone to critique philosophy or make clickbait video titles instead, I'm your person. Touché indeed. Okay, what is going on? ChatGPT can show me a glass of wine with wings if I ask it to, but it can't show me one that's simply full to the brim? Why? Well, we have to understand how AI...
If I was a king, I wouldn't fight to occupy desert land. I would fight for high-quality hydrated land.
Yeah, that probably makes more sense. Thanks for the donation, Sloth.
Image generation works. If I ask ChatGPT to show me a horse, it doesn't actually know what a horse is. Instead, it's been trained on millions of images, each labeled with descriptions. When I ask for a horse, it looks at all of its training images labeled horse, identifies patterns, and takes an educated guess at the kind of image I want to see. And it's pretty good at it. It can then start combining concepts. So if I ask to see a horse in a swimming pool, well, it's never seen that before, but it has seen images of horses and images of swimming pools. So it can show me a horse in a swimming pool by just putting them together. So here's what seems to be the problem. When I ask ChatGPT for a glass of wine filled to the brim, its image generator checks all the images in its system. But here's the thing. When was the last time you saw a wine glass filled to the brim? I've never seen that before. It's just not how people pour wine. So there are probably barely any images of this in ChatGPT's dataset, and that's why it struggles to produce such an image. Now, you may think that this is just a language issue. Maybe ChatGPT assumes that in this context, full means normal drinking level. But even when I asked it to show me a random orange liquid in a wine glass up to the brim, without using the word full, it still couldn't do it. And comically, when I asked it for a wine glass overflowing with wine, it showed me the liquid overflowing through the middle of the glass. And it gets weirder, because this also works in the opposite direction. I asked for a glass of wine only a quarter full. It showed me a glass filled to a normal level. Then I asked for a wine glass only 1/10 full. I asked for one with a tiny drop of wine in it. Then I specifically asked for a tablespoon's worth of wine in a glass. Every single time, it failed. So it seems that ChatGPT can only produce a wine glass that's either completely empty or filled to a normal drinking level, but nothing in between and nothing more. And surprisingly, all of this might teach us something about the work of a famous philosopher from a few hundred years ago, whom you've probably heard of.
And that's this guy, David Hume, who was not only one of the most influential philosophers of the 18th century, but also provided the inspiration for this statue, allowing me to write this entire trip to Edinburgh off as a tax expense. Thank you, Mr. Hume.
You see, I'm all about saving money. And so allow me to provide you some great value for money too, if you don't mind. If you care at all about internet security, you should know that when $3 back to David Hume. David Hume was an empiricist. An empiricist believes that all human knowledge ultimately comes from our observations or things that we experience with our senses. This is opposed to rationalists who think that knowledge can be innate without needing observation or experience. Let's see why Hume believed this. He begins his Treatise of Human Nature by observing
Pine Creek donated $2. Please debate him on Trump or veganism, whereby link is pinned in his chat.
He has the tattoos. He would frighten women in the women's bathroom. That's why I gave my answer. But now look,
he has the men tattoos. The men tattoos.
What?
You said he has the tattoos, as though I understand. Like sleeves are, women get sleeves too.
But Leah Thomas does not even pass. So if you're gonna make exceptions to the rule, it has to be whether or not you pass or not.
There are 6'3" women in the WNBA who also have more masculine features.
Sure,
like Leah Thomas could be just a very tall female athlete.
Right, but we're talking about passing. Like even the 6 foot, it's not because it's just the bare fact that Leah Thomas is really tall. Leah Thomas does not even look feminine.
Well, I don't.
A lot of women don't look feminine.
Where we're all of a sudden judging people when they walk into a bathroom on whether or not they pass. I would want.
Oh,
I've seen a lot of women that look like that.
I've seen women who look more manly than this.
I'm not even joking. Like,
well,
I'm not.
I agree. There's ugly women in the world, but this looks like a dude.
Yeah, there's a lot
So
of
if we're gonna
girls
make
who look like a
exceptions,
dude.
you and I are the exception police. You got to at least pass.
I really don't want to fucking debate that guy. He's kind of an idiot. Thanks for the donation, Pine Creek.
That all human thoughts seem to come in one of two kinds. He calls these impressions and ideas. Take a look at your hand. Right now, your mind is perceiving its shape, its color, its size, and so on. Now close your eyes and just imagine your hand. Most of you can still see it in your head. Your mind is still perceiving its shape, its color, its size, and so on, but only in a much fainter and less vivid sense than a moment ago. These are, you can open your eyes again, by the way. These are the two kinds of mental perceptions that Hume defines. When you look at your hand, you're experiencing an impression, something which impresses itself upon you. When you imagine your hand, you're experiencing an idea. Ideas are weaker, more faded versions of impressions. And crucially for Hume, everything we think about always comes in these pairs. He writes, all perceptions of the mind are double and appear both as impressions and ideas. For example, you can't have an idea of red unless you first had an impression of red. That's why people blind from birth can't imagine color. They have to come as a pair. Likewise, if you've ever heard the sound of a trumpet before, you can probably reconstruct that sound in your memory, making an idea out of that impression. Another pair. Now, you might ask, well, Mr. Hume, if ideas and impressions always come in pairs, how come I can have an idea of something which I've never seen, like a unicorn? Well, a unicorn is what Hume calls a complex idea. A complex idea is one that you can break down into parts. You may never have seen a unicorn, but you have seen a horse, and you have seen a horn, and you can kind of just stitch these together in your mind, and this creates a unicorn. But it's not just ideas which can be complex. Real-world impressions can be complex too. Hume's example is an apple. The impression of an apple is actually lots of different impressions. Its size, its shape, its color, its taste, and so on, all bundled together. That makes it complex. But now just take the apple's green color. This greenness can't be broken down into parts. It's just green. This is what Hume calls a simple perception, one that can't be broken down any further. So, complex ideas and impressions don't always have to come in identical pairs, but all simple ideas must have a corresponding simple impression. And since this is universal, it can't just be by chance. Hume concludes that one of these must cause the other, and since impressions always come before their corresponding ideas and never the other way around, Hume concludes that impressions must be the cause of ideas. And hey, take note, we've just arrived at
Chew donated $2. Let me see.
There's kids dying and you're sitting
I know.
preaching.
Yeah, but this is about eternity.
We know he's Palestinian.
Well, you can say that, but he's the Son of God. That's what's most important.
There are thousands and thousands of kids and families that are getting massacred, and you're sitting here preaching. Why are you taking away from what's happening here? Why aren't you speaking about that?
This isn't taken away from what's happening.
No, you are.
If that many people are dying, if they don't know Jesus as the Messiah, as the Son of God, then they are going to be separated from God eternally. So this is a more important. No. I just made it about the people who are dying and being separated from God. That's exactly what I talked about.
We're sitting here talking about a genocide happening, and you're sitting here talking about their eternal salvation.
Yeah, but listen,
Stop dying so that they don't
Jesus.
What do you know? Two people completely and utterly wasting their time. Well, as long as they're not, vandalizing cars and smashing windows and such, I guess this is, better.
Dan McClellan is a Latter-day Saint, but he...
Here we go.
This is not a safe space for you to be a fucking Hitler! Did you just do the fucking salute right now? Do it on camera. What's your name? 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 Why are you shaking? You scared? You're shaking. This is not a safe space.
Sounds like you, to be honest. My anger is destroying my family. I don't have anger problems. Go watch that one later. Ether's elephant. So this guy is a Christian apologist. The only people I've seen criticizing Dan McClellan, and they tend to have to make shit up, it's all Christian apologists.
He's also an atheist. Dan McClellan is a biblical scholar with his PhD, famous for his sometimes controversial take.
He's not an atheist, he's fucking Mormon. Even if he was atheist, that has nothing to do with biblical scholarship.
On the Bible. And Dr. McClellan is constantly talking about the data, which leads him to conclusions that seemingly contradict his faith.
You should not expect the data to support what you have faith in, and they don't.
Therefore, people like Jacob Hansen and others say he's practically an atheist.
What, Dan McClellan, like that you're an atheist?
No,
who
you
doesn't
said
believe
that-
in any of the
oh,
church
no,
claims
there
of
was-
Christianity or the church? Like,
Which isn't meant to be mean in any way. Jacob has many friends that are atheists. But if you ask Dan McClellan what he believes, he'll say very little, while also proclaiming that he's an active Latter-day Saint.
Yeah, oh no, I'm an active member of the church.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm happy to talk about some of that.
Okay.
While he says he is active LDS in his private life, his public or online persona acts like an atheist. In fact, he often cites data as his ultimate authority in online conversations.
Apologetics starts from...
He doesn't agree with me and my stupid dumb religious beliefs, so I think he's wrong. I'm not watching this, just a waste of time.
How can I stop being unpredictable and rebuild trust with my wife and kids?
Man, that's a big question, dude. What precipitated the question? What happened?
Well, I've been called Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. And my kids are...
Bend over, donate tellers. This is what I was thinking of when we were watching a video with Alex O'Connor.
I can't tell you how excited Rod Stewart is about this Millennium concert. He's gotten a little older, but you're going to see how much he can still rock. Oh, I'm excited too. I think it will bring my father's children back to their faith and back to mine later. Here comes Rod now. Hey, Rod, great to see you. The folks are sure glad you're playing. It's really given them a lot of faith in me again. I'm sure that together we can make this Millennium Party the best New Year's bash ever. Poop pants. What? Poop pants. Poo pants? Poop pants. You pooped your pants? Poop my pants.
He does shit his pants. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
By who? Your wife?
My wife.
Okay.
My wife.
Is she right?
Yeah. I
Okay.
think so.
All right. Good on you for owning it. All right, so keep going.
So my kids are, I mean, I don't want to say scared, but really nervous to come to me about anything. They'll go to my wife and like try to get her to tell me because they don't know how I'm going to respond. My wife isn't either. You know, me and her don't have conversations anymore. We do the basic, you know, how's your day? What's going on? Who's taking the kids to practice? That type of stuff. We've become roommates because, you know, they just don't know how I'm going to act or respond to questions or, you know, anything that's brought up to me.
So well, how long has this been like this, man?
She says it's a long time, and I'm just now starting to kind of realize it.
Mm-hmm.
I finally started going to, you know, to a doctor, therapy, and things like that. And I've just come to realize that to me, I really only have pretty much two emotions. I'm either angry or upset, or I'm just laid back. And I don't know how to change it where my kids will come to me and I can, you know, I need to be a dad.
Yeah.
You know.
Can I just?
I mean, he has to go to behavioral therapy and learn to control his emotions. It's just whatever.
At what empiricism is. Empiricism is the idea that all of your knowledge is caused by your experience. And Hume says that all of our ideas are caused ultimately by impressions. Why have I told you all of this? Well, because if you think about it, ChatGPT thinks in a kind of similar way to Hume's empiricism. All of its ideas, like generating a horse, must be derived from its impressions, that is, its training data. And just like us, it can then take simple ideas and put them together to create complex ideas. That's how it can produce a horse in a swimming pool. And so I bring all of this up because maybe our AI wineglass situation might therefore be able to teach us something about Hume's empiricism. While AI systems may work very differently to human minds, they could still provide an instructive metaphor for understanding and testing Hume's ideas. Let's look further. Interestingly, David Hume admits that he can never exactly prove his theory that ideas always come from impressions. Why? Well, because we can't go through every single possible idea a person can have and check that it does indeed break down into some corresponding impression universally. Instead, Hume challenges skeptics of his view to find a single counterexample to disprove his theory. He writes, "But if anyone should deny this universal resemblance between impressions and ideas, I know no way of convincing him but by desiring him to show a simple impression that has not a correspondent idea or a simple idea that has not a correspondent impression. If he does not answer this challenge, as is certain he cannot, we may from his silence and our own observation establish our conclusion." So, it's a challenge. If you think Hume is wrong, all you have to do to prove it is provide a single counterexample. Just show a single simple idea which has no corresponding impression. And Hume is certain it cannot be done. Except, unfortunately, there
Poop pants
actually is a famous counterexample. Take a look at the colors on your screen. It's a scale from a dark shade of blue all the way up to a light shade of blue. But the shade in the middle is missing. Now, suppose somebody had never seen color before. They had no prior experience of blue whatsoever. If you showed them this scale, the question is this: would they be able to fill in the missing shade in their head without actually having to see it first? Most people intuitively think yes, but remember, for Hume, any particular color is a simple idea. So here, it seems like somebody can imagine a simple idea, the missing shade of blue, without having had any corresponding impression of that shade of blue. So this seems to be a counterexample, proving that David Hume's empiricism is false. It's a really clever idea. Oh, and I forgot to tell you who came up with it. This counterexample comes from the work of an 18th century Scottish philosopher called David Hume. Yeah, and I'm not talking like years later or something. I mean like 2 pages later, in the same text. Yes, Hume himself asks if such a person could imagine the missing shade of blue, and writes, "I believe there are few but will be of the opinion that he can, and this may serve as a proof that simple ideas are not always derived from the correspondent impressions." Wow, okay, so how does he respond to this? He continues, "Though the instance is so particular and singular that it's scarce worth our observing, and does not merit that for it alone we should alter our general maxim." Yeah.
Can I debate you? What's the Discord link? Oh, great. Somebody wants to come on Discord and say the N-word over and over and over again, or troll me in some other stupid way. Ah, fuck. Yeah, sure. Come debate me. Come talk about some random horseshit and then shout the N-word and leave. There you go, there's the Discord link, jackass. Waiting for you, fuckface. I'm banning that guy in chat, Steven or Stefan, if he doesn't enter the waiting room. Like, he's banned. If you ask me to open up Discord, then you don't even bother showing up. You're banned. I don't think I've ever even seen him in chat before. So I'm gonna ban you if you don't end up in Discord. Give you a minute. But I'm about to ban you. So you better hurry your ass up. The link is working just fine. It was working yesterday. I don't know why it wouldn't work today. There's the link again. Okay, he's banned. Bye-bye, jackass. Thanks for wasting my time.
That's right. Hume admits that it's a counterexample, but basically says that we should just ignore it because it's only a small one. Remember, viewer, that only 2 pages earlier, Hume challenged the reader to produce a single counterexample and told us that it is certain he cannot. And here is Hume himself answering that challenge 2 pages later, providing a counterexample and just telling us to ignore it. This, broadly speaking, tends to baffle readers of David Hume. It appears to be a blatant contradiction. Now, you might have already thought of a solution for Hume. Many people, when they hear this, say, well, yeah, you could imagine the missing shade of blue, but it wouldn't really be a simple idea. It would be a complex idea, made up of the other shades either side, sort of mixed together. That's a fine suggestion. But weirdly, Hume himself offers no such explanation. He just admits that it is a counterexample to empiricism. And to most readers, the existence of such a counterexample should be enough to disprove a theory. But Hume just tells us to ignore it. But what if Hume was just wrong about this? What if most of us are wrong? I mean, most people assume, like Hume, that yeah, we could fill in the missing shade. Why wouldn't we be able to? But then most people also assume that ChatGPT could fill in the gap between an empty and a half-full glass of wine. But it can't. Could these situations be related? Last month, I got a text from Joe Foley of Unsolicited Advice, shout out Joe, about this AI wine problem. He said, made me think of the missing shade of blue. And yeah, maybe there's something in this. Could this tell us that we shouldn't be so confident in assuming that a person with no prior experience of color could fill in the gap with the missing shade of blue? It may seem intuitive, but we've never actually tested it. Well, this gave me an idea. Why don't we just test it using ChatGPT? Obviously, ChatGPT does have every conceivable shade of blue in its dataset, but I asked it to simply remove one shade of blue from its dataset and then see if it could reproduce that shade of blue just by looking at the other shades. ChatGPT told me that it can't actually alter its dataset, but it can simulate this experiment by generating a gradient of blue shades, then removing a single shade from the gradient, and then only using the rest of the gradient to try to fill in the gap. Even better, afterwards, it can then compare the shade it imagined with the actual shade it previously removed and see how accurate it was. Crucially, I also requested that it doesn't refer to numbers, so no maths, no using hex codes or equivalent. It then ran this experiment, and sure enough, it generated a shade of blue identical to the actual shade it previously removed. So ChatGPT could imagine the missing shade of blue just by looking at the shades surrounding it. This means that the counterexample is legitimate and that empiricism fails, right? Not so fast. The crucial question is how ChatGPT filled in the gap. ChatGPT told me that this is what it did. To estimate the missing shade, I visually blended the 2 closest shades around it. Visually blended. It didn't just fill in the gap exactly, but instead it mixed together the 2 shades on either side. This shows that while Hume was correct that the missing shade could be imagined, he was wrong, at least in this case, to assume that the shade imagined would be a simple idea. ChatGPT has clearly here produced a complex idea, a mixture of two other ideas, two other shades, put together. So no, this doesn't disprove empiricism. All it does is disprove that the missing shade of blue is a legitimate counterexample, since Hume's challenge was for us to show a simple idea without a corresponding impression. ChatGPT has come up with a complex idea. So this solution to the missing shade of blue counterexample, one I alluded to earlier, of just taking other shades and mixing them together, does seem to work. And while it is bizarre that David Hume didn't come up with such a solution himself and didn't even try to, the fact that he contradicts himself doesn't mean that his ideas were necessarily wrong. It just means that he failed to properly and fully defend them. However, ChatGPT has perhaps provided us with a more complicated replacement for the missing shade of blue, the missing volume of wine. And this might be a more informative challenge too. While the former is about perceptual continuity and can be solved by just blending adjacent ideas together.
Good evening, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are doing god awful today. Did you get some sleep, princess?
I did, actually. I got about 6 hours of sleep last night, and I got about 6 hours of sleep in the afternoon, so I caught up on a fair bit of sleep. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Together to fill in the gap. This new problem seems to be more about conceptual abstraction. Can we make sense of the impressions that we're observing? Now, bear in mind that for us, a glass of wine is a complex impression made up of lots of parts. But ChatGPT never sees the wine glass get filled up. It just sees the completed image all at once. And so it seems to be treating images of wine glasses as a whole as simple impressions, not complex impressions as they appear to us. Well, okay, even if these are simple impressions, why can't ChatGPT then just combine the image of the empty glass and the image of the normally filled glass to produce a complex impression of a quarter-filled glass of wine? Well, I think it's because, crudely, if you just mix together an image of an empty wine glass and an image of a normally filled glass, let's do it on Photoshop right now. You don't get a quarter-full glass of wine. Instead, you get a wine glass with a ghostly, half-visible serving of wine to a normal level, but only at 50% opacity. And that's why, if we're treating the empty wine glass and the normally filled wine glass as simple impressions, an observer, be it us or ChatGPT, likely requires more than just the ability to combine visuals in order to produce the desired quarter-filled glass of wine. It has to also make some kind of sense of what it sees. And that's why I say that this problem is less about just plugging in a gap like the missing shade of blue, and instead more about conceptual abstraction. And for that reason, if you ask me, much more interesting. ChatGPT does seem to behave in a Humean fashion. So to find out if human beings function in the same way, we might ask the following question. Suppose a human being had never seen liquids or receptacles before. If such a person saw an image of an empty wine glass and an image of a wine glass filled to a normal level, could that person, based only on these data, imagine a glass of wine a quarter of the way full with wine? The prior experimental conditions necessary for this kind of situation are so convoluted that it's actually really difficult.
Dude, this fucking thing he has here is really tripping me out. It's like making me think that everything behind him is distorted and warped when it's just like this stupid design. What the fuck is this, like, dresser drawer thing he has? This is one of the stupidest fucking, like, pieces of furniture I've ever seen in my fucking life. What kind of idiot would buy this?
To consider the question. I'm genuinely not sure what the answer is, but interestingly, ChatGPT might function a bit like a parody of David Hume's empiricism. This is what you would end up with if that's how thinking actually worked. Something like ChatGPT and an inability to imagine a glass of wine filled to the brim. And maybe that just is how a human being would also react if you genuinely managed to hit them into that very specific set of circumstances. But if you think that a human could imagine the missing volume of wine in that specific set of circumstances, and that seems kind of plausible to me, then perhaps this is because humans can just naturally abstract concepts in a way that ChatGPT simply can't. And perhaps we've learned something interesting from this. While ChatGPT may well behave like the perfect Humean thinker, maybe human minds just work differently. Or look, maybe you think that these concepts aren't related at all, and I'm totally wrong to be raising this comparison. But at the very least, you have to admit that this glass of wine business is at least an interesting example of ChatGPT's cognitive failings. However, of course, whether this example is so particular and singular that it is scarce worth our observing is up to you to decide. Thanks for watching.
Gay.
Has skyrocketed in popularity, became available, aren't abnormally low, and I'll go through the new controversial study shortly. Now, the word abnormal is important. As we age, testosterone levels, they naturally fall, and this means that an older man will generally have testosterone levels that are significantly lower than a younger man. But this doesn't mean that their levels are low in a clinical sense. What I mean by this is that testosterone levels don't generally fall to a level where issues occur. In contrast, clinically low testosterone levels that cause symptoms are usually due to problems in the testes or the region of the brain that controls testosterone production. But as more people know that testosterone declines with age and affects things like sexual function, lots of men whose levels aren't abnormally low are trying therapy. Prescription sales of testosterone ballooned from 100 million in 2000 to 2.7 billion already by 2013, and it's only gone up from there. But most of the research to this point has been done in men with low testosterone and who have developed symptoms. So can therapy benefit those who are simply experiencing the normal decline due to aging? And at this point, we simply don't have the data to say. And you might think, well, even if it does nothing, it may help, so why not try it? Well, this is where the third consideration comes in. There are risks associated with testosterone therapy. And again, the new controversial study does shed some extra light to this conversation, but up until this point, one study found that testosterone therapy is linked to an increase in plaque in the arteries, and testosterone therapy can raise red
Illuma donated $2.
Hi everyone, I'm Illuma. Tesla, very cool. Elon, very cool. Many, give it to you. I love you. I love you, cats. Wow, wow.
That's good. I love these deepfake videos of Elon Musk. Thanks for the donation, Illuma.
blood cells. This is a condition called erythrocytosis. It's the most common adverse effect of therapy. The concern is that all of this can lead to higher blood pressure, blood clots, and heart attacks. So far, the data on those using testosterone therapy correctly, they don't clearly show a higher risk of these problems, but the evidence is mixed and inconclusive. It has led to both the Endocrine Society and the FDA to issue warnings about the potential cardiovascular risks of therapy. Taking these three considerations together, the clinical guidelines recommend that testosterone therapy should only be used in those that have got clinically low levels with symptoms. The reasoning is that this balances our confidence in the benefits with our awareness of the risks. The guidelines recommend against older men taking testosterone who don't have symptoms or whose levels aren't low.
Elon Musk in a nutshell.
Yeah, it was a pretty good impression. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
In these cases, there are known risks with unclear benefits. But a new study has caused a lot of controversy, and its results seem to require a big adjustment in the logic that we've just looked at. The study was called the Transverse Trial. It centers on the question of cardiovascular risk, and it involved over 5,000 middle-aged older men with pre-existing heart disease or a high risk of it. These men also met the normal conditions for testosterone therapy. They had clinically low testosterone levels and symptoms of deficiency. So after around 2 years of treatment, researchers followed them up for another 3 years. They were looking for symptoms of heart problems, including heart attacks and strokes. Here's what they found. 7% of the participants taking testosterone had heart attacks or strokes during the study. Now that sounds fairly high, but the figure for the placebo group was even higher at 7.3%. So the researchers concluded that testosterone replacement therapy is no worse than the placebo when it comes to causing heart problems. And at first glance, it looks like the study has important implications. If there isn't actually an increased risk of heart problems with testosterone therapy, then we don't have to be as cautious.
Generally speaking, testosterone lowers your cholesterol slightly. I think on average, it's like a 5 to 10 point reduction. It's not huge, but it usually lowers your serum cholesterol. The big risk factor is the platelet count. So there is like a higher risk of getting a thrombocyte, but as long as you manage that symptom properly, probably not at a greater risk of a heart attack.
About prescribing it, maybe more men could then try it, even if the benefits at this point are slightly unclear. But does this study really show that the heart disease risks are overblown? Well, that's certainly how some people are interpreting it. Experts at a recent conference on testosterone treatment claimed that the study can finally put to rest the anecdotal and wholly unproven fear physicians have that testosterone therapy will cause heart problems. But let's take a closer look at the study ourselves. Yes, the percentage of patients who experienced heart problems was lower in the testosterone group, but we need to look at the confidence intervals. This tells us the range the number could fall within if we were to repeat the study multiple times. In this case, the range goes from the testosterone group having 22% fewer problems to having 17% more. Collecting more data would allow us to narrow that range down. It would give us more confidence about the actual impact of testosterone therapy. But for now, the study tells us that it's unlikely to be worse than a 17% increase. But a 17% increase, however, would surely be worth paying attention to. And surprisingly, the study design allowed for the conclusion that testosterone therapy is no worse than a placebo, even if it increased the incidence of heart problems by 50%. And there are further issues with the study. The study had a very high dropout rate. About 62% of those in the testosterone group stopped treatment before the study was over. This means that a majority of the testosterone group didn't actually complete the therapy that the study was supposed to evaluate. Also, the therapy often did not succeed in getting the testosterone levels in the target range for many of the men in the trial. An expert researcher on heart disease, Dr. Matthew Budoff,
Okay, this study is fucking stupid. Achieved testosterone levels were targeted 350 to 750. Yet median achieved hovered close to 350 or below. Dude, they weren't giving them an injection even every week. This sounds to me like they're giving them one injection every fucking month. If you're taking an enthate or cypionate, like the two most common, testosterone esters, if you're injecting every fucking week, you're going to be way above that. Like, that's retarded. So they're probably only injecting them once a month.
rightly asks, given that a majority of men were treated only to a low normal range of testosterone with short and incomplete follow-up and large discontinuation rates, how is the conclusion that testosterone therapy is safe? So despite the results of the transverse trial, the evidence that we have still points towards caution. So what are the key takeaways then? If we're over 50 and considering testosterone therapy, what do we need to keep in mind? Well, despite the controversy about the transverse trial, the consensus now is that we should stick to the clinical guidelines that we've looked at. We should only consider testosterone therapy for those with clinically low testosterone and symptoms that go along with it, like a low sex drive, depressed mood, or they're losing muscle mass. And there's another important point to add. We need to investigate why testosterone levels are low. For example, low testosterone can be driven by obesity. One study found that a BMI of over 30 was associated with nearly 9 times the risk of low testosterone. So obesity, diabetes, and chronic illness can lower our levels. We should evaluate and address those root causes first, if at all possible. So losing weight and doing resistance exercise are a must and definitely should be done before considering adding testosterone replacement therapy. And if you really want to look at other ways to boost testosterone, there is another path. We've seen supplements promising to do this, but not all claims, unfortunately, are backed up with evidence. There is one supplement, however, that does have good evidence for boosting testosterone, plus athletic performance, and it's betaine, or TMG, and that's why I included it in microvitamin. But just because...
No, that's not going to increase your testosterone. That is some horse shit. So he literally made this whole video as a advertisement for his stupid supplement. What a jackass. Oh, hey.
What is apparent to everybody. We know it's your opinion. We understand you gave an opinion. It's not in dispute that you gave an opinion. What the fuck did I do that deserved for you to call for my deplatforming is my question. What did I do that was that reprehensible that it deserved me never being able to go on a platform again? Tell me.
Never being able to go on a platform. So I wasn't asking you to be removed from platforms where you couldn't be on it.
What does stop platforming mean to you? What is that? Do words just not mean things, or what does that mean?
No,
Stop platforming.
I mean within, leave it to be true.
Yeah, but generally, don't you agree that beliefs usually are informed?
I have no idea what he's doing. Bend over, donate $2. Let me see. UK government now has access to your camera roll and your messages in the biggest breach of privacy the world has ever seen. Isn't this illegal under UK data protection laws, or did they basically repeal that with the new Anti-Terrorism Act? Yeah, well, there's a reason why V for Vendetta, was made. This is 100,000 British patriots saying they want our country back. Well, too late. If you import third world, you become the third world. Yeah, I don't know why you'd let some crazy Muslims in.
JP Uncut on YouTube, go debate his ass.
Who's JP Uncut?
Send it to you right now.
All right. Now, I sent you a friend request. By the way, Praise.
Yo.
Before we go there, you have to make sure there's a setting so where I can send the audience to you. So let's make sure that that's done.
Mm-hmm.
So give me
head
a
over to
second.
Praise stream after.
I don't know what he like. It doesn't sound like he's doing debate call-ins. Thanks for the donation, dude.
In on Sunday.
I had 4 biscuits and I ate 1. Then I only had 3.
You sent me that one before. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Ah, my hand.
Defenders.
Oh, wait. We have Prophet Muhammad mints. Totally forgot.
بسم الله وعلى ملة رسول الله اللهم أجرها من الشيطان ومن عذاب القبر اللهم جاف الأرض عن جنبها وشيد روحها ولقها منك رضوانا أسلمه إليك أهل والمال والعشيرات والذل وأنت غفور رحيم فاغفر له.
Oh, I can hear the sound of their steps. I seem to be dead now. Where am I?
I am your home now. I am the house of loneliness. I am the house of dust. I am the house of worms.
Who is that? Who's talking to me? Can this grave talk? Ah! Who are they? They look very scary. Ouch, those are... Oh no.
Hey, you!
Yes, boss. I'm Abdul, boss.
I'm more than just your boss. Don't mess with me. Do you know who I am?
Oh, please forgive me, Mr. Moonkar. Please have mercy, Mr. Nakir.
Be quiet. Now answer my question. Who was the god you worshipped when you were alive in the world?
Alhamdulillah, I worshipped Allah.
Which Allah? Many claim to worship Allah, but which Allah specifically?
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, sir. That's the one. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
What is your religion?
Alhamdulillah, Islam, sir.
Who is the prophet that you follow?
That's the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Curse you, say his name correctly. What's the name of your prophet?
Prophet Mu. Oh no, why can't I say his name? Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
You hypocrites, take this!
Ouch! Why did you beat me like that? Astaghfirullah. I just had a dream about the grave torments. Very scary. Why couldn't I say the name of the Prophet Muhammad clearly, to the extent that Al-Munkar and An-Nakir beat me up? Astaghfirullah al-Asim allazi la ilaha illa. I often worry about my fate after death. Did the Prophet himself ever feel the fear of the grave, as I do? What did he say about what happens after death? Let's search for that information on the internet. Oh, here are some verses about Allah's words to the Prophet regarding the hereafter. After examining the Quran, I found several seemingly contradictory verses. First, there are verses concerning the Prophet's fate in the hereafter. Quran, Surah Ad-Duha, verse 5, which appears to contradict Surah Al-Ahqaf, verse 9. Quran, Surah Ad-Duha, verse 5 says, "And your Lord is going to give you, and you will be satisfied." Ibn Kathir's commentary explains that this verse is Allah's promise that Prophet Muhammad will enter paradise. He will be placed at the lake of Kauthar, whose two edges are domes of hollow pearls, and its soil is perfumed with musk, as will be explained later. Allah will grant him 1,000,000 buildings in paradise, each containing wives and servants befitting him. But if this is the case, then why does the Prophet explicitly state in the Quran, Surah Al-Ahqaf, verse 9, that he does not know what his fate will be in the hereafter, or what Allah will do with him after death? Say, "I am not the first messenger ever sent, nor do I know what will happen to me or you. I only follow what is revealed to me, and I am only sent with a clear warning." The background of Surah Al-Ahqaf, verse 9, is found in Hadith Sahih Bukhari, number 3929. This story is told by Al-Ala, a Muslima from Medina.
After Prophet Muhammad and the Muslims migrated to Medina, he drew lots to assign Muhajirin companions to live in the homes of the Ansar companions. The Muhajirin were Muslims from Mecca, while the Ansar were Muslims residing in Medina. A Muslim named Uthman bin Maz'un from Mecca was assigned to live in my house with my family.
Welcome, welcome.
Thanks a lot, bro.
However, bin Maz'un fell severely ill and eventually passed away due to his illness. After his death, he was washed and shrouded. Soon the messenger of Allah came to my house. May the mercy of Allah be upon you, O Uthman bin Maz'un. I bear witness that Allah has honored you.
How do you know that Allah has honored him?
Did Allah not honor him? If he is not honored, O Rasulullah, then who else would be worthy of Allah's honor?
As for bin Maz'un, certainty al-yaqin or death has come to him, and I hope he is safe in the hereafter. But that is only my hope, and I do not know what his fate will be. By Allah, even though I am the messenger of Allah, I myself do not know what Allah will do with me.
Oh, really?
Yes, really.
How could the messenger of Allah not be sure of his fate in the hereafter? I thought he was a saint, but no. Ah, what a bewilderment. By Allah, after that incident, I could never again consider anyone to be pure forever.
What happened? Did he forget Allah's promise of 1,000,000 beautiful palaces full of wives and servants? Perhaps I should apply the law of Nasikh and Mansukh. Keep in mind that Surah Ad-Duha was revealed at the beginning of Islam in Mecca, and Surah Al-Ahqaf was revealed at the end of Islam in Mecca. So Surah Ahqaf is more recent than Surah Ad-Duha. If there are two contradictory verses, then the newer verse is considered more applicable than the older verse. Thus, Prophet Muhammad's concern about the uncertainty of his fate in Surah Al-Ahqaf 9 is more credible, more actual, than the promise of 1,000,000 palaces in heaven in Surah Ad-Duha 5. Many ulama state that Prophet Muhammad was guaranteed by Allah to enter paradise, based on the Quran, Surah Al-Fath, verse 2, which reads, "So that Allah may forgive you for your past and future shortcomings, perfect His favor upon you, guide you along the straight path." However, the Quran, Surah Al-Fath, verse 2 is not actually a guarantee or assurance that God will indeed forgive all the Prophet's sins. The first words of the verse, لِيَغْفِرَ لَكَ Allahu, mean that Allah may forgive you. Even in the surah that comes later, Surah An-Nasr, verses 1 to 3, Allah tells Prophet Muhammad to ask for his forgiveness. Quran, Surah An-Nasr. When Allah's ultimate help comes and the victory over Mecca is achieved, and you, O Prophet, see the people embracing Allah's way in crowds, then glorify the praises of your Lord and seek His forgiveness, for certainly He is ever accepting of repentance. The question that needs to be asked is, why was Prophet Muhammad still commanded to...
Ronish Gambino donated $2. Cooking. This guy just makes these bullshit videos all the time.
America is openly using Kremlin propaganda. Trump is clearly one of the worst negotiators in geopolitical history. The first time ever an American president has criticized an ally for not surrendering to an invading army. You fucking pussyhole. Trump claiming that Ukraine started the war is like Roosevelt saying, well, what the fuck were those ships doing in Pearl Harbor in the first place? The art of the deal, eh? The great negotiator showed his hand after 2 seconds, showed the world that he'd been...
Yeah, that guy's kind of annoying, and he makes that same type of video all the time. None of this should come as a surprise to anybody because he did the exact same thing when it came to negotiating with the Taliban. So the guy is just an idiot, plain and simple. Thanks for the donation, Grownish Gambino.
To seek forgiveness for his sins if Allah had forgiven him completely? The answer seems to be that Surah Al-Fath, verse 2, does not say that Allah will definitely erase the sins of his prophet, but that he can do so if he wishes. Surah An-Nasr, however, makes it clear that Allah did not want to erase all of Prophet Muhammad's sins, and that is why the prophet still had to ask for forgiveness, such as in these following verses. Quran, Surah At-Tawbah, verse 43. Allah forgive thee, O Muhammad. Quran, Surah Ghafir, verse 55. O Muhammad, ask forgiveness of thy sin. Quran, Surah Muhammad, verse 19. O Muhammad, ask forgiveness for thy sin. Various Sahih Hadith state that Prophet Muhammad feared the torment of the grave, and he prayed to Allah to save him from it. For instance, Sahih al-Bukhari 1059. One day, there was a solar eclipse in Mecca.
Oh, whoa! The apocalypse is coming soon. Run! Run to the mosque! Oh no! The end of time will come very soon.
Wow, the prophet is terrified. This must be a big disaster.
Let's take refuge in the mosque. The Muslims followed the prophet to the mosque. Prophet Muhammad then led the prayer. But unlike usual, this time the prophet, who was frightened, performed the prayer procedure for a very long time.
Strange. It's usually much shorter than this one. Why is that?
Shh. Ouch. My legs feel so sore.
After finishing the prayer, the prophet said,
We must make istighfar. Ask Allah for forgiveness. Ask for His protection so that we can avoid the torment of the grave. أعوذ بالله من عذاب جهنم ومن عذاب القبر.
Oh, Rasulullah, how many times should we do istighfar every day?
Well, I often istighfar from 70 times to 100 times per day.
Jesus.
Wow, that's a lot of times. Is that because you have so many sins, O Rasulullah?
So the prophet also often felt fear and worry about the threat of the punishment of the grave. This is exactly how I feel now. Well, here's another hadith about the punishment of the grave. Sahih al-Bukhari 6366.
Here is the StreamYard link for their stream channel is at Praesium Thasium. They are gay Christians and willing to debate you on God. It will be content.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Demon Cunt.
He got owned.
Yeah. I'd like to build upon what Jethro said. So he is also right. Where the Holy Spirit indwelleth, is the ministration of the Spirit. There's only life and peace, and here comes the most important part, in Christ Jesus. So where you are as a new creation, with the Holy Spirit dwelling in you as the new man, is in Christ Jesus. Only life, and that life is eternal, and peace, and that peace is eternal in Christ Jesus. Demons cannot dwell in that place. They can only dwell in the ministration of death. Death is their realm. That's the place in the spirit world where they're allowed. we were taken out of death, and it's also called being taken out of iniquity. So we were moved from death to life, and that life is in Christ Jesus. Demons are not allowed there.
Real quick, praise. Check your phone real quick if you can.
Amen, dude. Amen.
Amen, dude. That was great. That was really said.
Thank you. But I learned that at the Praise I Am channel, so I got to give it up to Praise and Olive.
And
Tell you guys were the powerhouses here, but I also want to
how
look
he
at
was.
Vegan Gains. I see him on Modern Day Debate and everywhere else. But welcome, good to have you, Vegan. Appreciate you coming in. Is there anything you want to add or jump in? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the idea that God is this benevolent being that has your best interests in mind doesn't seem to be supported by just empirical evidence, the amount of suffering, death, and, horrible evil that occurs in the world. This notion that we can trust, in this God, whoever he is, whether it's Jesus Christ or whatever God you believe in, the idea that he is going to guarantee you some sort of peace and prosperity when he hasn't given us that guarantee in this world, I think you're putting a little
Let
too
me
much
ask you
faith
this,
in that.
Vegan.
Boy,
By what standard do you call evil?
But he actually, JP, you know what he did here in his opening? He called this world fallen. He called it imperfect. He called it a place where we have sin and death. And then he complained about the place being exactly as he described it. And then he turned around and he blamed God in a way where he wants to open up a courtroom against God where he's the judge and the jury. Now, I call that a Poe. I call that somebody low budget. You're not the judge and jury, and you just described fallen earth.
If anything, I want to ask Vegan a question.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So you say that God isn't just because he allows suffering, right? And humans are bad, right? What do you want God to do?
Yeah, stop it.
You know what he did the last time? He kind of flooded the whole planet.
So you're admitting God is not a benevolent being?
No, because you're not.
I'm saying that it's the same thing that you complained about. Oh, there's so much evil in the world. God, please stop it. He did.
Yeah.
He did
I don't
it
ask.
before.
I don't ask Vegan Gains what he wants. It means it's of little consequence what Vegan Gains wants. Vegan, are you walking on two legs? Do you have two arms that work? Do you have a brain that can actually process and reason?
Seems like he does.
Well, these are gifts that God gave you.
You have no evidence of that.
So we're gonna put you on trial.
Yeah.
Not God.
Oh,
You're not,
I'm happy to
I'm
do
gonna
that.
tell you, we've had plenty of people come to this channel and attempt to put God on trial, but I do not allow that here. I'll put you on trial and see how you're using your gifts that God has given you.
Okay. Are you vegan?
Do I need to be vegan?
Well, I don't know. Do you think God would be happy with you paying for animals to get horribly tortured and murdered?
I mean, why do you care? That's my question. Like, by what
No.
moral standard?
Right. You're claiming I'm a terrible person.
I'm going
but
to
you
answer
pay
that
for
question.
animals to be murdered.
But here's the thing: you have no authority to be asking me questions and then asking me, "Do you think God will think this way or that way?"
I can say whatever I want.
You have no authority to speak for God or think about how He feels about it. Now,
Not only that, sorry, dude, I don't
go
want to
ahead.
cut you off.
I'm not
but you're
speaking
telling me
for
that
God. I'm just I'm criticizing the idea that God is a benevolent being when clearly he isn't.
Well, real quick, you did tell dude, how do you think God will feel about this? But then my question is, by what standard of morality are you sitting here and judging by if you don't even believe in a God? Like, that's my question.
So
because
God's fine with animals being tortured and murdered by the billions?
Yeah, God, He gave us the dominion over the animals, and we even have the health laws, and we are even told what is bad to eat and what is good to eat. And guess what? I enjoyed my nice steak. It was
and
good.
What do you
and I
think
praise the
animals eat?
Lord. And I
What do you
praise
think
the Lord.
Yeah. What do you think animals eat? Why
Well,
are
the
animals
we eat grass, corn, soybeans.
Okay, so we've also established, when you talked about empirical data, we've established that there's plants that actually can respond to the sound of music. They can respond to actually the smell of disease. Why aren't these plants being protected like your animals?
So do you understand intelligence is separate from sentience?
Do you understand that if those things were put on the earth to cure something and an animal starts eating it, that it affects all humans? Why aren't those things protected? Dandelions, for example, are something that detoxes the human body. They will actually grow to somebody's front door who is sick inside the house. Did you know that?
That's not true.
Right, it is true though, and it's been
No.
proven. And there's what you call empirical evidence
Dandelions
for it.
are weeds. They don't grow towards
yes, they-
somebody who's sick, and
Yes, they
they're high in
absolutely do.
potassium, but they don't have
Just
any
because
magical
you're
healing
talking
abilities.
over me and you're in the middle of my sentences doesn't mean you're correct. And I can get data right now to prove that that is actually true. To
Well,
shut you
that's
up.
a cool story. Is this a blog post?
It's not that it's
or
a story, but
something?
why are you in the middle of my sentence again?
You just finished talking.
Thing is,
now I'm
vegan, right?
responding.
Well, thing
No,
is
I wasn't
vegan, right?
finished talking.
He said he was going to bring evidence, and then he talked about the evidence. You're like, oh, was it a blog post? Like, where are you expecting to get the evidence from?
Yeah, so
You
is
kinda
it
just
a
want to
peer
invalidate?
reviewed? Is it a peer-reviewed paper posted in a scientific journal?
It doesn't matter if it's scientific or not because
Oh,
if
it
it's peer
doesn't matter
review-
if it's scientific.
Excuse
so
me,
you
you're in the
can
middle of
make
my
up
fucking
any claim.
sentence again,
Okay.
and I will toss you off this fucking panel if you continue that.
So is it okay to swear as a Christian?
I don't think so.
Now let me show you how this works.
I don't think it's okay to swear.
Oh, yeah.
Bye, motherfucker.
There you go.
Even though I embrace both nihilism and stoicism, thanks to yours truly VG, I think the person that totally embodies stoicism is based with his response towards the person fully embracing nihilism lol.
Why, Mr. Anderson? Why? Why? Why do you do it? Why? Why get up? Why keep fighting? You believe you're fighting for something, for more than your survival? Can you tell me what it is? Do you even know? Is it freedom or truth? Perhaps peace? Could it be for love? Illusions, Mr. Anderson, vagaries of perception.
Nihilism and stoicism are not opposed to one another. You can be a nihilist and a stoic.
Temporary constructs of a feeble human intellect trying desperately to justify an existence that is without meaning or purpose. And all of them as artificial as the matrix itself. Although only a human mind could invent something as insipid as love. You must be able to see it, Mr. Anderson. You must know it by now. You can't win. It's pointless to keep fighting. Why, Mr. Anderson? Why? Why do you persist?
Because I choose to.
That video's stupid. Yeah, so nihilism is not opposed to stoicism. You can be a nihilistic stoic, you can be a stoic, you can be a nihilist, you can be one or the other or both at the same time. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
One day, Aisha met two elderly Jewish women in Medina.
Oh, Aisha, how are you?
Oh, hi, I'm fine. How are you two?
We are fine. Of course, since we are old, we have to prepare ourselves for death, so that we can avoid the torment of the grave. May Allah protect you from the torment of the grave.
Ah, come on. There's no such thing as grave torments.
No, it's true, Aisha. The torment of the grave really does exist, you know.
No, ma'am. Don't scare me.
Ali G donated $2. Let me see. I don't know why that video was titled Nihilist versus Stoic. There's not really anything about Neo that suggests Stoicism. And again, they're not ideologies that are opposed to one another.
We're not lying. It really exists.
How do you know? Have you already died?
Never mind, Aisha. If you don't believe us, that's fine.
Okay then. Without proof, I find it hard to believe.
Ask your husband, that so-called prophet.
A short while later, Prophet Muhammad met Aisha.
O Rasulullah, I met two old Jewish women. They told me about the torments of the grave. Does it really exist?
They are both right. Indeed, there are people who are tormented in their graves, that every animal can hear.
Oh, is that so? From then on, after every prayer, the Prophet always asked for protection from the torment of the grave.
People often think I can help them in the afterlife. That's not true. I must warn my daughter, Fatima, about this. Quran, Surah Ash-Shu'ara, verse 214. And warn all, starting with your closest relatives. I cannot save you from Allah's punishment. O Fatima bint Muhammad, ask me anything from my wealth, but I cannot save you from Allah's punishment.
Yes, Dad.
I am a sinner, and I cannot bear the sins of others. Quran, Surah Fatir, verse 18. No soul burdened with sin will bear the burden of another. Quran, Surat Az-Zukhruf, verse 74. Indeed, the wicked will be in the torment of hell forever. But there is still hope for the believers. Quran, Surah At-Tahrim, verse 8. O believers, turn to Allah in nasuha, or sincere repentance, so your Lord may absolve you of your sins and admit you into gardens, under which rivers flow.
Surah At-Tahrim verse 8 is quite perplexing. Even after performing nasuha, or the purest form of repentance, Allah may still choose not to forgive Muslims. The outcome is still uncertain. I'm really tired of thinking about all this. It turns out that there is no certainty for me to be absolutely sure that I will not experience the torment of the grave. I'd better go back to sleep.
Have you ever had chronic pain that went away after 2 or more years?
Not really. So, closest thing I've had to that is, what's it called? The E. coli infection that I had in my knee. It was giving me a lot of pain for a few years after I had that infection. And I think after 3 or 4 years, it eventually pretty much went away. So I used to have issues with like walking for more than, 10 or 15 minutes. And then eventually it just got better after a few years. So I'm not sure if it had something to do with it just taking a long time to heal. Like, pain is a very weird thing. Even though there's no pathology, so there's no reason for why you'll feel pain, you might still feel pain. And there's a bit of a debate over whether there's actually some physical thing that's happening that's causing the pain, or if it's literally a product of your mind. So there's a psychosomatic component to all pain, and people have known this forever. So if you're not paying attention to pain, you will feel less pain or not at all. So before they had any kind of pain medication or any sort of sedative for performing surgery, they would do things to distract patients. So if they ever had to amputate like a finger or an arm or something, they'd get nurses to make a loud noise and distract you while they chop off like your finger or your arm or something like that. And they knew that this actually caused people to feel less pain. So there could be a safety mechanism in our mind where you will consistently feel pain in a given area even after the pathology is resolved in order to protect that part of your body. So say if you hurt your knee, and it hurts to walk on your knee, and the reason for that pain is like because of the injury, there's like inflammation and shit is broken in it. Well, after it's actually healed, there may not be any kind of actual physical thing inside your knee that's causing the pain, but your mind will keep generating that pain in order to ensure that you protect your knee and it doesn't happen again. So that's a possibility and a possible reason for chronic pain. Chronic pain can also be a manifestation of physical stress, and your mind kind of anthropomorphizes the pain in a way. So, rather than, so yeah, it'll just make a physical manifestation of kind of the pain you feel in your mind. So if you're really stressed out, you feel bad about like a breakup or something, your body might actually make you feel pain in your joints or body or something like that. And again, it might be that kind of survival mechanism where, you know, your brain is trying to make you feel like you're in pain to protect yourself because it knows it's under a significant amount of stress. So, there could be a lot of reasons for chronic pain. If they can't detect any pathology with chronic pain, so if you have chronic pain anywhere in your body and you get like MRI scans, there's no significant, you know, arthritic changes to any of your joints, or like they can't detect any problem with your nerves or something, that's likely a sign that you should probably just learn to ignore the pain and act like it doesn't exist, and it'll probably end up going away. Thanks for the donation though, C2. Mangus donated $2. You should challenge him to a debate.
But people hate it because they poop all over. On a traditional house, they'll find a spot and it'll annoy the heck out of people who have normal houses. Whereas mine don't really bother me because this house is not real normal. This is like a traditional. I said traditional twice and I meant it in two different ways. Traditional as in typical is what everyone else has, and then traditional is actually ancient architecture is what I have. The difference is mine has been augmented with concrete, whereas normally the Maasai, when they build one of these houses, they sort of tear it down every few years and rebuild it, re-put in the poop and the mud and the straw. Whereas here, they didn't do that. They just reinforced it with concrete over time. They annoy you when they jump on them. Yes, they definitely annoy me because I'm sleeping like right below here. And there used to be this thing where they would, it's not happening anymore, and I'm kind of glad, but they used to get up.
Dude, Hyraxes are fucking awesome. Thanks for the donation, Mangus.
ChatGPT said back then, desert biomes between two hydrated lands had to be crossed to make trades. Whoever owned the desert can tax/rob/pillage the traders or provide services to the traders. Nowadays there's just oil. They gay as fuck. He interrupted you like 3 times and you didn't get pissed, but you interrupt to ask a question and he has a hissy fit and hits the big red ban button. I told him God is shaking his head at who he has defending him. Freaking losers.
Well, they're fucking stupid. So, as soon as I brought up veganism, they got triggered right away because they were planning on like attacking my character and saying, "Who are you to judge God when you're such a terrible person?" Then I pointed out, I'm vegan, I don't hurt anybody, I kind of mind my own business. You're a fucking jackass who eats meat and pays for billions of animals to get tortured and murdered. And then they had no response to that, and they were like, So then, yeah, they got super fucking triggered. Then they kept saying nonsense about dandelions being sentient. Like, but yeah, they're retarded. Thanks for the donation, Cursing for God. Sloth. Chat GPT, desert biomes. Yeah, there is just oil. I don't know what you're trying to get at there, but thanks for the donation, Sloth. Bend over, donate $2. Check out this commercial for mattresses. Yeah, this is an old meme.
At the one and only Gary's Mattress, now with locations in Koreatown and Little Tokyo. We are karate are chopping up prices just for you. Even we would buy it. At Gary's Mattress, we're blowing up prices. Man on horse, bring goat. For treatment at Gary's Mattress, I'd be very surprised. We're scalping prices. If you find a mattress at a better price, I'll kick a puppy and punch a kitten just for you.
That's weird. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Frankie Eyeballs, donate $2, 2 new Frank mints. Alright, good. Thanks for the donation, Frankie Eyeballs. Ali G, hey. Hey, Ali G, how's it going, dude?
So it's been about a year now since I was botched by Dr. Taban, and because he left me to fend for myself, I may never be able to fix my eyes again. Instead of using his expertise and network of doctors to get me the best corrective procedures to reverse the damage that he did to me, I was left to fend for myself. I've had 9 procedures since then, half of them unsuccessful, just trying to fix my vision. And now that I finally networked with enough of these doctors and figured it out myself, they're telling me that instead of fixing the eye alignment first, the vision, I should have reconstructed the orbital wall, hypothetically undo the damage that Dr. Taban did, you know, restore some of the medial tissue, and then address the vision issues, the eye misalignment. But now to get that type of surgery might be too risky, it might mess up the vision again, and it's insane. I've already had like 10 procedures. How many more surgeries am I gonna have to get to try to fix my eyes? You know, for what I've been through and for what these doctors have done to me, I should be set for life sitting on a beach in the Maldives. Instead, I'm here losing my mind trying to keep my business afloat. Like, shouldn't be driving, shouldn't be doing this physical work. It's completely ridiculous and disgusting what I've had to go through. And you know, I mean, I haven't added this to the lawsuit, but I'm going to have to, because his neglect, his misconduct, his lack of post-operative care, the lying, the deceit has caused even more damage in not getting me the correct care to fix the eye misalignment. So, you know, it's just more and more upsetting, and the more I look into it to try to fix it, the more discouraged I get, because you know, I've been through so many surgeries already, and the idea that I have to get any more and there might be more potential issues, I don't know what to do at this point. I really don't. As I've said several times, I wish I had never gotten the surgery in the first place, but you guys can watch my longer videos on YouTube for a full explanation. I just wanted to kind of make this video as a very important point that if these plastic surgeons botch you, they will leave you on your own to fend for yourself. And 99% of people that this happens to are way worse off than me, because they don't have the resources, they don't have New York City health insurance, they did not have the funds to get as many corrective procedures as me. They would have just been stuck. Granted, I was botched a lot worse than most of this guy's other patients, but...
Well, Frank is still retarded.
I mean, there's gotta be a secret society shill working at Shopify conspiring against me. The person suing me sued the wrong LLC. That's their mistake. I was clever in having multiple LLCs. They chose the wrong one. So legally, they're supposed to start a new lawsuit against the correct business and go through the whole process again. Instead, they sent a court order for the incorrect business to my current business, totally different, yet Shopify is obeying the court order. This is like me winning a case against Yahoo and then trying to collect against Google. It's
No, I'm assuming he's just an idiot and lying.
complete fraud. It's illegitimate. It doesn't make sense. Like, what, I could sue a non-existent business and then send the court order to another business and hope that they don't notice the discrepancy, that the bank or the platform doesn't notice the discrepancy. And this is so obviously fraudulent that the only thing I can assume is that Shopify is conspiring with these people that are suing me to attempt to damage my business. I really don't know what to do here. I've already filed a federal lawsuit against the lawyer that did this, as well as Shopify, and I filed an emergency motion to stay and quash everything going on, because out of all the ways these people have screwed me over through the court system, this is so blatantly incorrect from a legal malpractice perspective, from a fraud perspective. It's so ridiculous and crazy that I can't even believe it's happening. And my lawyer is in the club too, so he's just trying to get me to obey and do what they say. But I really don't know. Maybe you guys can leave reviews on this lawyer, reviews on Shopify. Most importantly, just share this video and try to support me in every way.
Well, he's very dumb, as we have come to learn. Thanks for the donation, Frankie Eyeballs. Bend over, donate $2. Let me see.
Well, more bodily functions in the news this morning. The next time you pass gas, make sure...
Well, this is an old one. I've heard about that one before.
Oh, you're such a pig. Man, I am so sorry. You know, I had beans and broccoli for dinner, and I washed them down with some crab cakes. Oh.
You're deep.
Thank you. I was a philosophy major.
Everything checks out, Cleveland. Your flatulence is a perfectly normal side effect of a high-fiber diet.
So you're saying all this farting is okay?
No, I'm saying it's medically necessary.
But what about the social stigma? Won't people consider me a gross farting pig like Tommy Lasorda?
I'll write you a note.
You mean a free pass to pass gas wherever and whenever I want to?
The medical term is a fart card. But remember, Cleveland, with great power comes great responsibility.
Fart card.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Ben.
Lol, this revolting piece of fucking garbage crying us a river. It makes my blood boil that this is the worst he gets for literally running a throat-slitting business of cute little lambs and cows. Go rot in hell, you cross-eyed fucking bitch.
Yep. He really deserves far worse. Thanks for the donation, 324.
Oh no, I'm back in the afterlife, here again. Who is coming?
I am Zidolanakra.
Ah, he's a dreadful snake, a companion in the grave. But I never neglect my prayers.
Hunter Schafer.
Last 48 hours have been interesting.
I would not fart on anyone except if it was Ether MAGA or a Hamas supporter.
Yeah, same. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Cleveland show was actually better than Family Guy. But I think American Dad is the best out of all those Seth MacFarlane cartoons.
To recap, President Trump called Zelensky a dictator, attacking his credibility. And you know who loved this? The Kremlin and every dictator around the world. Donald Trump, for as long as I've known him, has never criticized any dictator. If you want proof that President Zelensky is not a dictator, Donald Trump is not saying anything nice about him. Donald Trump, for his entire political career, has only ever said nice things about dictators. So there's your proof that President Zelensky is not a dictator. But this is backfiring horribly against President Trump because most Americans don't believe this or want to tolerate this, that Putin is sympathetic, that the Russians are the good guys in some way, and the United States should be cooperating with them or helping them. 81% of Americans don't trust Putin. Per the polling data, a total of 81% of respondents, including 73% of Republicans and 93% of Democrats, distrust Vladimir Putin. So I do believe at some point in the next month, Putin and Trump are going to meet, and Donald Trump is going to try and say that Putin wants peace, and we can trust him, and he'll agree to a ceasefire. We then have to have elections for Zelensky.
But everyone said the Cleveland show sucked, though.
Yeah, I don't know why. Cleveland show is definitely more consistently funnier than Family Guy. Dude, modern Family Guy is so terrible. It's unwatchable fucking trash. I tried watching the latest season and it is god fucking awful. So many episodes are also just like sick. I mean, it's supposed to be a, sitcom, and then they'll write episodes where Meg tries to get a guy she likes to rape Chris when he's drugged because she wants to see that dude naked. It's like, what the fuck? Like that's not funny in any way. It's not humorous. It's just an episode of Meg trying to get some dude to rape another dude. I don't know what the fuck they're thinking. So, yeah, Family Guy has become horrendously fucking awful. But, yeah, American Dad has been consistently funny. There hasn't really ever been a bad season. There's some meh episodes, but American Dad's pretty good. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And then once Ukraine gets a new president, we'll figure out the fine details. Who gets the city of Kherson? Who gets the city of Zaporizhia? Who gets the city of Kharkiv? And Americans are confused. And once again, we're getting polling data. What do Americans actually think? And even with Donald Trump calling Zelensky a dictator, only 22% of Americans are willing to go along with that fantasy talk. Meanwhile, 45% say, of course he's not. 33% are confused. But when it comes to the question of Vladimir Putin, is Vladimir Putin, the guy who's been in charge of Russia for 26 years, is he a dictator? 71% of Americans say yes. Only 9% say no. And that he's some kind of legitimately elected democratic leader of Russia. And this polling data is hilarious because 41% of Americans are calling Donald Trump a dictator 1 month into his term. More Americans believe Trump is a dictator than Vladimir Zelensky. So MAGA is fighting amongst themselves right now on social media. And there are pro-Trump influencers supporting Ukraine, defending Zelensky. Here's a tweet from Piers Morgan, who's a huge Trump supporter, but he has to defend Ukraine. As many inexplicably seem to be throwing President Zelensky to the wolves, I stand with him. He's been an astoundingly courageous and inspiring leader in horrendous circumstances, and deserves so much better than the way he is currently being treated and smeared. Here's a video from Ben Shapiro defending Ukraine. Yesterday, he put out a 47-minute video saying that Trump is wrong to be attacking Zelensky and that we should be supporting Ukraine. So here I am giving a thumbs up to a Ben Shapiro video. So who within MAGA hates Ukraine and is trying to destroy President Zelensky? And it's Elon Musk and his Twitter troll army. And Elon Musk made an appearance at CPAC and he couldn't help himself. He had to attack Ukraine. Every day, all day on social media, all that Elon Musk does these days is attack Zelensky and attack Ukraine.
Go on. Yeah. And imagine if that was your son, your father. What are they dying for? What exactly are they dying for? That line the line of engagement has barely moved for 2 years. Yeah. There's a whole bunch of people dead in trenches for what? And I'll tell you what for what. It's like for the biggest graft machine that I've ever seen in my life. That's for what. It's unreal. Like,
this is Elon Musk repeating Kremlin propaganda that this entire war is just graft. It's just corruption from Ukraine, and he doesn't understand what Ukrainians are dying for. Why don't they just surrender to Russia? Give Russia everything they want, and then people don't have to die anymore. Sounds great for Elon Musk. Sounds great for Russia. Everyone else, who cares? And I'm going to say, when you show up to a public event and you're speaking on stage and you choose to wear John Belushi sunglasses, this guy's on drugs. He's on probably a lot of drugs. And Elon Musk right now is the one in charge of the US federal government. Donald Trump just lets him do whatever he wants, and this guy is not mentally or emotionally stable. Look at any video clips of him from the last couple months, and there's something seriously wrong with the guy who is, right now, President of the United States. And here's Donald Trump's favorite news.
How would you rate Chinese military equipment? I heard it's pretty shit, like that tank that broke down in the air show. I don't think they pose that much of a military threat. Would you agree?
Well, yeah, they're nowhere near the US in terms of technology.
The Chinese VT-4 main battle tank suffered a public failure at the Zhuhai Air Show. While attempting to climb an artificial hill during a live demo, the tank stalled due to a mechanical issue. It remained stuck until other demonstrations were completed, raising serious concerns about the reliability of Chinese-made military equipment.
The Chinese don't actually know how to make cars. They literally don't. Every single engine they've ever made in any of their domestically produced cars, they're basically copies of other foreign engines, and they copy them very poorly. They literally do not understand how to make internal combustion engines. That's one of the big reasons why they're actually moving to EVs, because EVs are much more simple. It's harder to fuck up an electric motor compared to an internal combustion engine. But yeah. Chinese don't know how to make anything. They're stupid. They're like, it's because of communism. So yeah, they just make Garbage. Thanks for the donation, though, ABC.
I think once Disney purchased Fox, which Family Guy was under, and the infusion of wokeness/DI nonsense is when shows like Family Guy are failing now. Those shows will never be the same as they once were in the early seasons. I can watch those on repeat lol.
I don't think any of that made Family Guy bad. Like, I don't see any wokeness in Family Guy. But thanks for the donation, Ben.
Newspaper, the New York Post, with a front page picture. President Trump, this is a dictator. And 10 other Ukraine war truths we ignore at our peril. This is MAGA fighting with MAGA. Donald Trump doesn't generally like this, but he's being pulled in two different directions. Elon Musk on one side, let's side with China and Russia, and then everyone who's not effing insane saying, no, America's real allies are the West. They're democracies. Stop doing this. And this has had a huge backlash within Europe. European leaders back Zelensky after Trump's accusations. European leaders are now announcing new scheduled visits to visit Ukraine. So the leaders of different EU countries, I think, every couple days are going to appear in Kyiv to show their support for Ukraine and show their support for President Zelensky. Ukrainian Prime Minister says Europe is more united than ever in its supports. If there's one thing that can rally people together, it's their opposition from a hostile force. And right now, Donald Trump is being that hostile force against Canada, Mexico, Europe, Ukraine, everyone. Ugh. And here is a member of Ukraine's parliament, Lizia Vasilenko. She is not part of President Zelensky's party. And these are opposition leaders in Ukraine saying, that's absurd to call the president of our country a dictator.
I'm an opposition MP, as you very well know, and still we are all speaking up in one voice saying that what America today proposes for Ukraine is absolutely unacceptable.
And would you describe him as a dictator, or are you living in martial law?
We are living in martial law because actually Russia has attacked Ukraine in 2014 and then escalated that very aggression to an all-out war. So we in Ukraine have no choice but to live in martial law in order to protect ourselves. But is President Zelensky a dictator? No. He is a president of a free democratic country which is fighting for its survival.
So these are the members of Zelensky's opposition parties, and none of them would call Zelensky a dictator. Here are the election results from 2019, and President Zelensky won in an overwhelming landslide. He got 73% of the votes. He won every oblast except for Lviv, which is where Poroshenko is from. And Poroshenko wants to be president again someday. And he's not even willing to call Zelensky a dictator. Poroshenko is saying Ukraine can't have elections while...
What do you think of someone that has split personality disorder? Imagine if someone was vegan one day, carnist another day. I think there's debate over split personality disorder. I think some people say it's just a form of schizophrenia.
Gold top nuts.
I don't know what gold top nuts are, but thanks for the donation, Tiffany's boyfriend. But, yeah, I think it's just called dissociative personality disorder now. I'm not sure how real it is.
Russia is still attacking them. Even if there's a ceasefire without security guarantees, Ukraine can't call for elections within 90 days if the Russians can just resume the war on day 88. So not even Zelensky's main political opponents are calling for elections or criticizing him to the degree that Donald Trump has, calling him a dictator. Here is the ordinary reaction of soldiers on the front lines. This is a Ukrainian soldier. I am fighting for my family, my land, and my community. I will not put up with this bullshit, even if it comes from the American president. I know my values, and I am protecting them. Here's Irish journalist Caelan Robertson on the ground, talking to people in Kyiv, and the people of Ukraine are rallying behind their president in response to Donald Trump's attacks against him. Here's Caelan's report.
The approval ratings for Zelensky are probably about to go through the roof because I've spoken to a huge number of people in Ukraine in the last few hours to get their response to specifically the allegations that Zelensky is a dictator. This includes a friend of mine, Harry, who delivers drones to the front very, very frequently. I went to Pokrovsk with him, which is in the Donbass, a city under fire very often. And the people fighting, the men fighting on the front lines there, have said that they're pretty much over with the US, that Ukraine can't rely on the US anymore, and it's actually ignited their support for Zelensky more than ever.
Zelensky's current approval rating is 57%, but I'm guessing over the next week or two there's going to be a new poll, and it's going to go up because of Trump. It's going to go up to 60 or 70%. And these Ukrainian soldiers fighting on the front lines, you are correct. You can no longer rely on the United States for anything. Donald Trump is not a reliable partner to be doing anything with for anyone. He's a terrible, terrible person. I'm sorry. Now, Zelensky did push back a little bit. Zelensky accuses Trump of falling for Russian disinformation. This was specifically when Trump said Zelensky only has a 4% approval rating. Zelensky said that is Russian disinformation that the president is repeating. And Trump doesn't like being talked back to or contradicted when he lies. So Trump hit him again. And this is member of Ukraine's parliament, Alexei Goncharenko. His advice for President Zelensky is just don't respond. If Donald Trump attacks you or Ukraine, just ignore him. Because if you attack him back, he can't help himself. He'll just escalate every single time. This was a very big mistake from Zelensky to react to what Trump said, that Trump is in a disinformation bubble. After that, it was clear Trump would react. We know that these things, for him being criticized publicly, it is the worst possible thing. The best thing now, I think, just is not to reply anymore and try to find somebody who will message Trump and try to rebuild at least some kind of relationship. Because we need the United States, that's all. We desperately need the United States. So here's the advice. Keep calm and don't blink first. During these talks between the United States, Ukraine, and Russia, Donald Trump is deliberately overvaluing America's contribution, undervaluing Ukraine's strength, undervaluing Europe's support, and overestimating Russia's strength. So what can we do? What can Ukraine do? And just say no. For the Europeans, just say no. And then wait for what Donald Trump will say and do in response. If Ukraine and the European partners just say no to Trump, and he can't force them to do anything, then this makes Trump look weak. And Trump really hates that. I do have to mention this because this is a person and this thing happened. Kellogg's joint press conference with Zelensky canceled at Washington's request. General Keith Kellogg finally made it to Ukraine and met with President Zelensky, but they weren't allowed to talk to the press or the cameras. Washington, D.C., Donald Trump said, General Keith Kellogg is not allowed to answer questions or make statements on behalf of the U.S. government. So this was a red herring the whole time. I fell for it, guys.
Wow.
The last 2 months, I assumed that retired Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg was the special presidential envoy for Russia and Ukraine, because that's what we were told. But this was a lie. General Keith Kellogg is never going to talk to the Russians. He has nothing to do with the negotiations. He's just a sympathetic, friendly face to talk to the Europeans and the Ukrainians, but he has no power or influence or real responsibility. I don't even think Donald Trump likes this guy. This was Mike Pence's national security advisor, so I thought it was very strange that he was picked to handle the negotiations, and now we know he wasn't picked. This was always a diversion, and I fell for it. Trump views Ukraine as a pawn in U.S.-Russia reset, that he is actually negotiating, this is obvious. So Donald Trump is not trying to get the best deal for Ukraine in these talks with Russia. He's trying to get the best deal for himself. He's using the war between Russia and Ukraine as an opportunity to enrich himself and the United States. So he's pretending to be tough on Russia. What can I get from Ukraine? He's now being tough on Ukraine. What can I get from Russia? He doesn't care where the lines are drawn. He doesn't care who dies. He's just using the war as an opportunity to find ways to enrich himself. And we do have to be honest, he can do a lot of damage if he chooses to. At the moment, the United States still has...
$8, can you fact check this? No evidence that 8 hours of sleep is a rule, but there's a ridiculous amount of evidence that 7 hours is. Yeah, so this is true. There's not really any way to know if this is a direct causal relationship, though. So, people who are getting more than 7 hours of sleep, this may be indicative of some other health problem. So if you have, like, heart issues, you may need more sleep. Or if you're suffering from cognitive decline, that may make you require or put you into, getting more sleep. So it's not really... It's not really, something you should rely on to, like, target, oh, I need to make sure that I only get 7 hours of sleep. So if you sleep more and you're at like, you know, an 8-10 hour range, I wouldn't deliberately try to get less sleep just because 7 appears to be the sweet spot. So, yeah. Thanks for the... Oh, wait. You gave me more links.
So you would vote for Donald Trump in a third term?
Yeah, I think I would.
And what do you think about the Constitution?
I'm a constitutionalist.
What about the 22nd Amendment that would prohibit him from running for a third term?
Yeah, it would. I would bother me, but.
But you would still get your vote.
You would still get my vote.
And so you would vote for.
That's Republicans.
The Ukrainian Prime Minister is busy fighting right now. Thank you very much. No.
Oh, you're the savior of the people. Here's my eyes. Not a picture.
Yeah, you are.
My hero. No, you are our hero. You're my hero. I pray for you.
Yep.
I'm a voter. The reason why I say as of this moment, because I'm also a married woman who took my husband's last name. This means that my birth certificate does not match my legal name. On January 9th, 2025, you joined as a sponsor of HR 22 SAVE Act. This means that me and 69 million women like me who have taken their spouse's last name will not be eligible to vote. I want you to look me in the eye and tell me why you are trying to take away my right to vote.
You're saying this bill is going to take away 69 million people's right to vote. That is correct.
Every single news outlet, Fox, CNN, every news outlet that is reporting on this are saying that it is going to make it incredibly difficult for any woman who has a married last name to vote. It is a voter suppression law that you signed on as a sponsor of, and I want to know why you're scared for me to vote.
Let me talk. I think you'll see that we're just down at an IT conference and a bipartisan approach to voter ID. Now, they actually have digital ID that we can do in the future. That's going to solve a lot of waste fraud abuse. And this is a Democrat. No, this is a Democrat. I'm going to tell you what a Democrat solution is that I agree with, if you'll allow me. If it's a bipartisan issue or not. Do you want to come to a conclusion where we can agree on the law? Or do you just want to yell at me and call me names? If you want to do that, you can just stand back here and you can just yell. But if you want to solve this problem, we can actually give everything. I'll sit back here and just let you help me.
I hear what you're saying about a digital solution, but the SAVE Act that you are sponsoring requires a paper ballot. It requires a paper birth certificate. It requires you to show up in person. It takes away everything digital that you're talking about. It requires in-person voting registration with a birth certificate that matches your current legal last name. It is voter suppression. It is not a bipartisan solution.
Mr. Kent Agramont.
Please answer.
So, I'm happy to review what it says, but I don't think it says that.
Are you
I don't think it just You can yell at one, or we can have a discussion, and you can come in, we can actually go over the fact that I came here was because I knew there'd be about 75% of people that were unhappy and I wanted to have a discussion about how we can get to the end point and solve some problem. I didn't have to come here. My staff didn't have to come here.
It's your job.
How many come off of that?
It's your job.
And I continue to go back, and I'll continue to come back.
Because it's your job.
If you want to have a discussion...
It's not going to take long for everybody to regret voting Trump. Not long at all. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Interesting, I didn't know about the Chinese engines but makes sense they copy everything. Another terrorist attack. Feels like they've been ramping up
A
lately.
terrifying attack at the Holocaust Memorial in Berlin has left a Spanish tourist fighting for his life. Police have revealed that the suspect, a Syrian refugee, admitted to attacking the victim out of hatred for Jews in a...
Oh, isn't that weird? Another fucking asylum seeker. Oh. By the way, this is why people are voting for the AfD party. There is a huge fucking issue in Europe with immigration. Everyone knows that all of these, or not all of them, but a lot of these immigrants coming in, like particularly from the Middle East. So Afghanistan, Syria, Northern Africa, they're all dickheads. Like, they're crazy fucking whack jobs. And there's so many fucking terror attacks. These people are committing so many crimes. Or they're just being fucking assholes that nobody wants to deal with. And, these left-wing political parties are like, oh, but diversity is our strength and blah, blah, blah. And they won't acknowledge the problem. The AfD party is the only one who's, like, acknowledging the issue. And that's why they're getting fucking votes. And then, because, these voter concerns aren't being listened to, you're seeing a lot more people, getting sucked down like a Nazi fucking rabbit hole and shit. But yeah, it's just crazy.
Plan he had been brewing for weeks. The horrific scene unfolded on Friday evening around 6 p.m. when the 30-year-old tourist from Bilbao was suddenly attacked from behind. The suspect, identified as 19-year-old Wassim Al-M, allegedly attempted to slit the victim's throat with a knife. The victim was rushed to hospital with life-threatening injuries and was placed in an artificial coma, but thanks to quick medical intervention, his condition is now stable. Wassim Al-M arrived in Germany in 2023, claiming asylum as an unaccompanied minor. He claimed he was fleeing persecution in Syria by Bashar al-Assad's now-fallen regime. His asylum application was processed and granted refugee status in October 2024. Authorities discovered items in his possession, including a Quran, a prayer rug, and a hunting knife, believed to have been used in the attack. Despite being known to police for previous minor offenses, investigators stressed that there is currently no evidence connecting Wassim Al-M to any organized group or larger extremist network. The suspect is set to appear before a judge, and authorities are continuing their investigation.
Yep. Cultural enrichment.
Learn about the great taste of gold top nuts.
Whoa, gold top nuts?
I want it to be a nice party. It is the big game. My brother is here.
But he roots for the opposite team. My team's gonna win.
Hey, Mom, that's Tiffany. I invited her over for the big game.
Tiffany's here?
Hi, I brought my boyfriend.
Man.
Honey, your boss is here.
Sorry to interrupt the big game, but I came to tell you you're fired. Oh, and give me that gold top.
I had a second can of Gold Top.
Gold top nuts. Give yourself the best.
All right, well, that's gold top nuts. Thanks for the donation, Tiffany's boyfriend.
I lost thousands of dollars gambling today, so I want to let you know I will murdering a cow, ripping its fucking head off and playing basketball with its lifeless head. Fuck Henry Cejudo and fuck you Kuj sucking cuck fuck.
Alright, well, thanks for the donation, demon cunt.
Sanctions in place on Russia. We haven't released any frozen assets, and we're still delivering military aid that was previously allocated. But he can stop all of that. Trump's team refuses to call Russia the aggressor in a G7 statement, so the Russians are no longer the aggressors in this war, according to President Trump. Russia pushes for unfreezing the $6 billion in assets in U.S. talks. Of course, the Russians want their money back. European defense industry unable to supply critical HIMARS and Patriot systems if U.S. aid ends. Obviously, any European systems that have been donated, they can still get more missiles or maintenance or parts. But if the United States says we're not sending any more parts, maintenance, or missiles for HIMARS or Patriots, then all the systems that have been previously delivered are now bricked. They can't help Ukraine anymore if Donald Trump goes down this path. Europe cannot replace American aid. Military expert warns of a 6-month window. So yes, I do think a clock started. When Joe Biden left office on January 20th, he rush delivered like $6 billion worth of aid. So Ukraine at the moment has good stockpiles to keep this war going, to hold back the Russians, but it's dwindling. They're probably using and consuming more than is being delivered. And eventually supplies are going to run thin as we get into this summer. So Ukraine has to adapt, they have to evolve, and the number one resource they have, the number one advantage they have against the Russians is FPV drones. I saw a stat that in just the city of Pokrovsk, Ukraine is using 200,000 FPV drones a month to hold back the Russians. So can Ukraine increase production of these simple, cheap FPV drones? Can European partners increase production of these simple, cheap FPV drones? HIMARS and Patriot missiles are nice, but this is where warfare is going. Stupid, simple, cheap tech to blow up.
Demon Cunt donated $2.11.
My biggest dreams in life is putting a shitload of babies on a private jet. My boys, they're crawling around the private jet. My kid's like crawling through Andrew's legs and he's smoking a cigar and I'm holding T's baby. Like, this is gonna happen, bro. It's gonna be the biggest fuck you to the internet ever. Wives everywhere, drinking whiskey, and then we go on a family vacation and it's Thanksgiving and all the kids are playing. Wives get along because they know they don't want no beef. Hey, no arguing. Kiss. Okay, cool.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Demon Cunt.
Up tanks and armored vehicles and kill infantry charging through open fields. So concerning these talks in Saudi Arabia, these are not peace talks. That was never the intention, that was never the purpose. The goal was for the US delegation to meet with the Russians and see, what are you willing to offer us? How can Donald Trump personally benefit by either betraying Ukraine or negotiating a ceasefire for Russia if that's what Russia wants? And it's tragic what happened to really good people like Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio is the current Secretary of State, and I'm going to play for you this clip of previous statements that Marco Rubio has made about Russia in 2014 and 2017.
We should always stand on the side of the vulnerable and the oppressed. Vladimir Putin's recent invasion of Ukraine is a clear challenge to these principles. Some ask, why is this our problem? Well, because we cannot allow the precedent to be set that in order to engage the West in trade and commerce, smaller nations must first seek the permission of their more powerful neighbors. President Obama talks tough about Vladimir Putin, but his actions have not gone far enough to change Putin's calculation that the benefits of his aggression outweigh the costs. Mr. Tillerson, do you believe that Vladimir Putin and his cronies are responsible for ordering the murder of countless dissidents, journalists, and political opponents?
I do not have sufficient information to make that claim.
Are you aware that people who oppose Vladimir Putin wind up dead all over the world, poisoned, shot in the back of the head? And do you think that was coincidental, or do you think that it is quite possible, or likely, as I believe, that they were part of an effort to murder his political opponents?
I wish we had a tough guy like this representing America in talks with the Russians. But instead, we have a craven, cowardly, spineless sycophant who's only there to make friends with the Russians. To ask the Russians, what do you want America to do? We're here to help. I can show you similar clips from Mike Waltz previously talking tough on Russia, and today under Donald Trump speaking about exciting new opportunities for cooperatives and economic joint ventures with the Russians going forward in the future. Kill me, guys. I am trapped in America, and Donald Trump has sold out all of our democratic values. I'm doing my best this week, guys. I'm doing my best. But this is pretty bad. I do think a ceasefire is coming, though, at some point. And this is the opinion of General Budanov. Here's a recent interview that Budanov gave, in which he also expects there to be some kind of negotiated ceasefire between Ukraine and Russia. What do you think? Will a ceasefire be achieved this year? Are you interested in my personal opinion? So this is Budanov responding. I think so. I think so. So the parties are very close to that. This is a paradoxical situation, despite the fact that the starting positions of the parties are diametrically opposed as much as possible. At the same time, I think we will reach a ceasefire this year. How long it's going to be, how effective, that's another question. But the fact that it's going to happen, I think that it's going to happen. There are most of the elements for this to happen. I also think this is going to happen. I think Vladimir Putin desperately wants a real ceasefire prior to the May 9th Victory Day parade. Putin wants to invite Trump to the parade, and Trump loves military parades, so I think he'll say yes. Unless a hurricane hits Florida, I think Trump is going to go to Moscow for this May 9th Victory Day parade. And Putin needs to just regroup, take a breather, consolidate his forces and the occupied territories, and then he can start the war again this winter, or who knows, maybe hold off for a couple years, but he's not going to release his soldiers. He's not going to decrease the size of his military. He's not going to divert military funds for domestic programs and services. Putin is all in on getting the Russian Empire back. Let's now talk about this stupid event's reality check. Trump says Zelensky was asleep during the Treasury Secretary Bessent's visit to Kyiv. I'm not going to play the clip. I know people hate listening to Trump speak, so I'll put the clip down below if you want to listen for yourself. But here's the transcript of what Donald Trump said on Air Force One, talking about this rare earth deal. We had a rare earth deal, and Ukraine agreed to it more or less. And then Scott Bessent actually went there and was treated rather rudely, because essentially they told him no. Zelensky was sleeping and unable to meet with him. He traveled many hours on the train, which is a dangerous trip, and we're talking about the Secretary of the Treasury. He went there to get a document signed, and when he got there, he came back empty. They wouldn't sign the document. I think I'm going to resurrect the deal, or things are not going to make them too happy. And look, it's time for elections. Haven't had an election in a long time. I apologize for my voice, guys. I'm a little congested today. I'm fighting off something, but I'm going to power through today's video. So Trump said that President Zelensky was asleep and refused...
Jason Pussyclot fuck clit.
This is one of the most common questions I get. Brennan, I heard that red meat causes cancer. I heard that red meat is bad for me. Should I eat red meat? Red meat has been a staple in many diets throughout the world and has been a staple for human beings for millions of years. These aren't debates.
Red meat is not a staple food for practically any culture. He does not know what a staple food is. And even if it was, that doesn't mean it's healthy. So rice is a staple food in China. Does he think rice is healthy? Well, it's a staple food. People have been eating it for a very long time. And likely millions of years. Now it's being modified over time to have a larger grain and have more actual calories in it and stuff, but people have been eating rice for millions of years. So is rice, by that definition, good for you, even though he's on the carnivore diet and doesn't eat rice? This guy's a fucking idiot.
Debated things. No doctor out there would debate that it's rich in those minerals. Basically, when you are an early hominid, your ancestors, they are hunting mammals. They're hunting buffalo. They aren't going to go after, they're not going to spend their resources and calories going after something that isn't nutrient dense. Listen, the first cave drawings ever are
I don't know what the fuck he means by that. Does it require more calories to hunt an animal or pick fruit off a tree? Like, you tell me. Like, I've picked for apples and strawberries and shit like that. It's probably less calorically intense. There's more bang for your buck picking fruit off a tree versus walking for miles, stalking an animal, hunting it down, whatever means you use, and then having to gather it up, walk back to camp. Like, it's easier to just pick fruit off a tree.
Of animals with spears in them. There is tremendous anthropological data of butchery sites. We know that we have been eating and prioritizing red meat. If you could only survive off one food, it would be meat. It would be a full animal, its organs. Because of that fact, that is a fact. That is not an anthropological theory that's not debated. It is a fact that we killed animals and ate their marrow. In very recent years, red meat has started to
None of that has anything to do with whether or not it's healthy.
Get demonized. It has been said that it...
Okay, cavemen ate meat, therefore meat is good for you. Well, cavemen also practiced genital mutilation, child sacrifice. They probably did shit like bloodletting. So I guess all that's good for you too. How about we start sacrificing children to the sun god to make sure the sun comes up and it doesn't rain too much? Fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, dude. Son Goku donated $2, so when I debate people and I make a general claim about something, people then would respond by saying, not all. When I never said all, wouldn't this be a fallacy, and aren't they just reacting emotionally? Yeah. Well, if you never claimed all people do that, then that's just a straw man fallacy. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
Used to meet with the Secretary of the Treasury after he took the 10-hour train ride to Kyiv. Here are the pictures and videos of President Zelensky meeting with the Treasury Secretary in Kyiv. Donald Trump is just a liar. He can't help himself. Whenever he opens his mouth, he is lying about every critical detail. To my international viewers, you just have to get used to this. Everyone in America has been enduring this for a decade now. So Scott Bessent is sympathetic to Ukraine. I do like this guy.
Jason fucked it, donate $2, dude. Hunting an animal fed more people. Also picking fruits off trees isn't filling, you fucked hard cuck. That's a cool story. Thanks for the donation, dude.
But Trump is the boss. So Secretary Bessent appeared on Bloomberg. This is what he said about the mineral deal.
Well, look, I think President Zelensky unfortunately escalated and has put some daylight between a lot of his remarks in Munich. I thought were inappropriate. President Zelensky, when I met with him, assured me that he'd be signing the minerals deal in Munich. He has not. And look, the real purpose here, and I think it's turned into this media circus, that President Trump had a very elegant plan.
Demon cunt sucker donate $2.
Maybe red meat is considered a manly food because the nutrients in red meat help support testosterone production.
Meat is considered a manly food due to marketing. And the nutrients in red meat, you can find that in other foods.
Here's how they do that. First nutrient is zinc. A 12-ounce steak is going to get you 16 milligrams of zinc. As a man, you're supposed to get around 11 milligrams of zinc per day.
Yeah, so 12-ounce steak, 16 milligrams. I'm just gonna go to chronometer. Damn it. See, 4 ounces or 16 ounces. Okay, there's I guess 16 ounce would be 1 ounce. Only 2.8? I thought it'd be higher. Well, you can eat hemp seeds, you can eat tofu, you can eat lentils. That all gets you up to the 11 milligrams, you know, recommended intake. So there we're up to 9.7, and then extra firm. What is it? 1 cup. There you go. You're over 13 milligrams just from eating some hemp seeds, lentils, and tofu. So you're good.
Although many experts say you should get more, being deficient in zinc has been linked with low testosterone levels, and having adequate zinc levels has been linked with high testosterone.
So first of all, I'm not sure if there's really any strong correlation between zinc intake and testosterone. Testosterone is formed from cholesterol molecules, and every cell in your body produces cholesterol. So it's zinc is not required to produce cholesterol, and your pituitary gland will signal to your testes to produce testosterone. So, not sure if zinc is actually correlated with testosterone in men, and no one actually technically knows what constitutes a zinc deficiency. There's just a normal average zinc level, which is considered, the cutoff for deficiency or adequacy. So no one actually knows exactly what a zinc deficiency is. We just go by normal cutoffs.
Next is iron. Iron is essential for oxygen transportation in your blood. Red meat contains heme iron, which is by far the most bioavailable form of iron.
So this is a bit misleading. Heme iron bypasses your body's regulatory mechanisms for absorption. So when he says this, it's like, okay, well, I could just say, well, no, it's not the most bioavailable form. You could literally inject iron intramuscularly, and that's the most bioavailable form. So why isn't this guy recommending intramuscular iron injections when that would be the most bioavailable form?
You could supplement and do all this weird shit, but bro, you could just eat a little bit of red meat. Red meat is full of various B vitamins. Right now we're going to talk about...
So are potatoes.
About vitamin B6. B6 is involved in the synthesis of neurotransmitters and hormones in your
None of this has to do with testosterone.
body. A 12-ounce steak is going to be about 1.4 milligrams of vitamin B6, which hits your RDA of B6. Now we could talk about the protein, the creatine, the other things in there that help hormone
Creatine does not help hormone production.
But as somebody that got their degree in anthropology, I think one thing you should really know is you and I have evolved.
I can guarantee you he probably only has like a bachelor's. If he has a degree at all. What degree? Dude, what the fuck? This guy sells a creatine supplement while claiming you need to eat red meat to get creatine. Then why do you sell a creatine supplement? Like, this guy's just a grifting retard. Oh, electrolytes, of course. Because, oh, vegans have to take all these supplements to be healthy. Oh, my diet causes severe dehydration and upsets your electrolyte balance because it's low in carbohydrates. Oh, don't worry. Just like our ancient ancestors, I have an electrolyte supplement that's orange flavored. You know, because humans evolved to eat nothing but meat, but for some reason we have a taste for sweet, bright-colored fruits. So, just like our ancestors who were eating nothing but red meat, I have an electrolyte supplement that's orange-flavored, or is flavored with, various fruits that we enjoy, like dragon fruit, lychee, peach, melon, prickly pear, mango, starfruit, lemon, mango, and, it has all this added shit like, calcium, potassium, magnesium, sodium, stuff that you can't get from my diet. Dude, what a fucking... This guy is just a fucking just grifting idiot.
Evolved over the course of millions of years. We've been Homo sapiens for a couple 100,000 years, and forever it has been part of our safety and our survival as a species to get our hands on animal flesh. I'm not a carnivore. I'm not saying you...
That's a cool story that has nothing to do with whether or not it's healthy and we should be eating it today.
Only need to eat animal flesh, but it has been something that has propelled our species forward. Just like you feel safe when you sit near a nice fire outside, or you find warmth when you're coming in from the cold. These things are so deeply ingrained into our brain that I do think sitting down in front of some red meat actually brings your body a whole new level of hormone production, safety, rest, and relaxation. Eating meat is part of what made us human. So
no, there's no clear indication that eating meat is what caused an evolutionary change in our species.
go home, get a steak, cook it over some
Yeah, this guy's a retard. Kid Boo, don't need to tell others, doesn't this N-word have a point?
Okay, good, man. How are you?
Good. Your voice is iconic.
Oh, man, stop. What's your name?
Jimmy.
Jimmy, Justin.
Yeah,
man, nice to meet you.
I got a question. Okay. Like, I always think, why don't they bring back Raditz?
What, does Yamcha need someone to fight?
I mean,
I think he's a bit outclassed now.
I always thought that because they bring back Frieza, they bring back other villains. It'd be dope to see them bring back Raditz. I feel like.
We'll have to see. I hope they don't bring him back like they brought back Cell. Zombie Cell.
Oh, yeah. That was crazy. I got a gift for you, though. So,
all right.
This is from me to you.
Whoa.
This is a table, or it could be a wall piece.
Okay.
It got a hook on the back. I signed it for you.
Oh, snap, man.
You know, I was debating, should I do Red Riot or Raditz, but, you know, Raditz is a classic thing. So I was like, let me get Raditz.
Jimmy, man, thank you so much.
Nah, for sure. So it's definitely a gift from me to you, man.
I mean, bring back Raditz would be cool. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Are they on steroids? Let me see.
The answer is no. Is Andrew on testosterone steroids? I'm on loads of testosterone. You know what boosts testosterone by 15%? Smoking. Smoking is disgusting. It really does. I don't need injections. We don't take...
So, men who smoke do have 15% higher testosterone on average. There's debate over whether that's a direct effect of smoking or if men who have higher testosterone are more likely to partake in risky activities like smoking. It probably is a direct effect of nicotine because there are randomized trials on oral nicotine intake, and it does seem to increase testosterone. It varies a fair bit from study to study. Some show under 5%, some show as high as about 20%, but usually it falls around the range of 10%, give or take. But yeah, you shouldn't smoke.
Steroids, ever.
I put my blood test on Twitter, and I'll do another blood test here live and put it on.
Live. We do not take drugs. Stop asking stupid questions.
Never taken testosterone. I don't take creatine, protein shake, none of that crap. You know what I do? I smoke cigars, I drink booze, I have threesomes, and I hit the gym, and I lift the weights. Like good.
The answer.
So alcohol definitely reduces testosterone. That's undebatable. I'm not sure if they're on steroids or not. If I had to guess if one of them was, it would probably be Tristan, because he's gotten a lot more muscular. But, yeah, there's no point in smoking cigars for nicotine. You can just take nicotine lozenges. Thanks for the donation, Demon Cunt. Jason donated $2. Let me see.
How far off after this? Do you need a Tank Davis on your resume, or just moving up another division?
I don't need nobody.
You don't. That's correct.
At the end of the day, I'm making great money. What I'm doing, I'm accomplishing a lot in the sport of boxing as far as accolades, and I've been doing this for a long time. I don't need nobody. I'm good.
Okay.
But
Thank you.
We're gonna make the fight happen.
Thank you so much.
I don't know who that is. Thanks for the donation, Jason. Animal Liberation donated $2. What do you think is the most worthwhile bachelor's degree to pursue? Do you think physician's assistant is a profession worth pursuing, or is AI going to take over that field soon? I wouldn't be able to tell you. Most bachelor's degrees are pretty much worthless. For one thing, anybody and their mother can get a bachelor's degree. It's basically high school plus. You're not really going to learn all that much, especially when you're talking about education that pertains to any particular job. So you might learn some cool things that you didn't learn in high school, but as far as that transferring over to being able to make more money in an actual workplace, you're not really going to learn anything with a bachelor's degree. If you want to make any money, you're going to have to get at least a master's with, practically any subject. And even with master's degrees or PhDs, there's a lot of fields where even if you have a PhD, you're not going to be making any money. And it's just because that profession is not a high-earning profession. So I would be... I would tell most people if they're considering getting a bachelor's degree, you should heavily consider and research what field you're going into, what the average salary is for somebody with a bachelor's degree, and if it makes no difference having the bachelor's degree or not, you're going to end up making the same money, then don't bother getting the bachelor's degree. It's just a waste of time and money that you could just be spending working, actually making money and getting job experience, which will make you able to get a higher paying job later. But most bachelor's degrees are worthless. Thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation. Jason Titfucker donated $2.
What's your workout routine? Do you work out every day? Is there something special you do with...
So I know he's on testosterone. He's admitted it. He does do TRT.
Food, like...
I have no idea if Tristan or Andrew are on TRT. Like, Tristan's gotten bigger than... oh, wait, that's not... I thought that was Andrew Tate for a second. So, yeah, he's on testosterone replacement therapy. Anyway.
Is there something special you do with food? Like, are you on all the steroids in the world? How do you do it?
Yeah, so I fast every day. I wake up, coffee, gym is the first thing I do. I'm a big believer in shitty workouts. I never schedule a day off. And then I lift heavy shit, compound movements, squats, deadlifts, power clean. Then my day starts. I typically don't eat until past 4. Some nights I don't eat till like 8, 9 o'clock at night. Yep. I pretty much eat once a day or eat inside this 4-hour window. My body's used to it. I find that I'm more productive that way. If I eat lunch, man, it makes me sluggish. My productivity just goes like plummets.
When people say that, I'm highly skeptical because you can do cognitive tests on people who are in a fasted state. People who are in a fasted state perform worse on cognitive tests. And that's universally true with any study you look at. So if you're in a fasted state, what ends up happening is you produce more cortisol, and cortisol is kind of like a fight or flight hormone. It puts you in a stressed state, and it can make you feel sort of energetic and more wiry. But again, when you actually look at cognitive tests, people do not perform as well cognitively when they're fasted versus unfasted. So he might have this personal perception that he's more productive, but he likely isn't. And I was going to say something else, but... Oh, yeah. There's also a really interesting study on judges. There was this really fascinating study on criminal judges. And when they do their work in their morning, after they've had breakfast, they have a lower, they give out lower sentences. So they take their time, they consider the evidence that's presented in front of them much more carefully, And they tend to dole out lower sentences. By the afternoon, when they start getting hungry again, they actually start increasing sentences and locking up people in jail more. And then after lunch, it dips again. And then towards the evening, when they get hungry again, they start doling out higher sentences. So people who are in a fasted state, who have more cortisol, they have less attention, they have less executive function, like all cognitive performance goes down in a fasted state. So if you're doing any kind of work that requires a high degree of critical thinking skills and executive function, you're probably going to perform worse if you're doing this sort of intermittent fasting protocol. So, which tells me if this guy feels like he's more productive and shit during the day, it's nothing but a personal perception, and he's likely not even working all that much. He probably has run his business in a turnkey fashion where he grew it large enough where he's not really doing much work and he's delegating tasks.
I feel it gives me a clear mind. Really enjoy fasting.
Thanks for the donation, Jason Titfucker. Demon Cunt donated $2. Roofs and don't go to school, just do door-to-door sales.
Yeah.
Door-to-door sales is not, a good guarantee to make money. If you're good at sales, you can make a lot of money doing sales, but if you're not good, you're not going to make any money. There's a very high turnover rate when it comes to door-to-door sales or any kind of job like that, and it's because people will figure out very quickly that they're just not good at it and not making any money. In roofing, I don't know how much roofers make. So, okay, that's just Andrew Tate smoking. I don't know what that has to do with anything. And it looks like you gave me the same donation twice. Thanks for the donation, Demon Cunt.
And it was bring the Ukrainians closer.
Trump's very elegant plan was a mafia shakedown. Now, initially, Donald Trump said that he wanted $500 billion worth of Ukraine's rare earth resources, and I was okay with that. I mean, $500 billion is a lot, but it's not too far off from current aid provided plus future aid going forward. That made sense. But the secret documents that Trump sent to Zelensky with the Treasury Secretary was for 50% of all of Ukraine's natural resources. That's a mafia shakedown. And in my last video, I showed you that clip from the Batman movie, but there actually was another historical event in which a dictator demanded 50% of everything, and it was Putin.
I generally eat 2 meals a day, not 3. I might snack a little bit in between, but usually I eat 2 meals a day.
Here's a post from Mikhail Khodorkovsky today. 22 years ago, how time flies. I wrote a report on Russian corruption.
Dodo donate $2. What time are you gaming tonight? Can you start soon because it's getting late and you're going to be tired and lazy? You wait too late to start gaming. Also, you should install Life is Strange because you only have this DLC to finish.
The first meetings I want to have is with President Xi of China, President Putin of Russia, and I want to say, let's cut our military budget in half. And we can do that. And I think we'll be able to do it.
Retarded. We'll game soon. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Demon Cunt donated $2.11. Let me see. So this guy is a complete fraud. He was arrested by the FBI for bank wire fraud and something else. The reason he avoided jail time is because he ratted on his bosses who were running the scam. He's claimed he was like the biggest car salesman in the United States, was making millions of dollars. So, for one thing, he's massively inflated his income. He wasn't making the money he claims to be making. He was literally just selling shitty used cars. He wasn't a high-end luxury car dealer where, you know, even if you make only 1 or 2% commission on each sale, because these cars are like $1 million, you know, that money really adds up quick. He was selling like shitty old used Toyotas, Ford Broncos, crap like that. You can't make the kind of money he claims to be making selling cars like that. So what he'd do is he would commit fraud and give out loans to literally anybody who walked on the lot. So if somebody had bad credit, he'd lie to the bank and tell them they had good credit, or if they needed a certain amount of income, he would lie and say, oh yeah, they make $70,000 per year when they only made like $50,000 per year. And when they required a deposit, say like $1,500, he would lie claiming they made a deposit when they never did. So he was able to get everybody a car loan who walked into his lot because he just committed bank fraud. But he eventually got found out by the FBI. He ratted out his employees who were running the scam, and then he avoided jail time by cooperating with the FBI. So he was he's a terrible salesman. The only reason he was able to sell cars is because he was committing fraud to give anybody a loan.
You are, and people don't like people knocking on their fucking front door. But you know what? You guys know something that they don't know. If I'm gonna listen to what he says, does he have to be a person who looks like and sounds like something that I want to listen to? Yes or no? Don't look like some fucking telemarketer standing on my front door. Listen to me, if you look like you got something to sell, I don't wanna talk. But if you look like you're a professional and you're having the best day of your life, you're just kicking ass, okay, I'll probably start a conversation with you. And once we can engage, your goal is to engage and get a conversation started. Once you can get one started, you can almost feel in the air shifts, you can almost feel the wall come down. When you knock on their door in the beginning,
yeah, this guy knows nothing about sales. He's a complete fraud. He never made any actual money selling cars, and he just committed bank fraud to give people fraudulent loans. Complete fraud. Thanks for the donation, dude. Jason.
The kid from Japan, Anui. So when you see, he got the victory over Cool Boy Steph. Cool Boy Steph, he's not a heavy puncher, good boxer. But far as, you know, Anui, it was a Filipino fighter, he had fought twice, Donaire. So Donaire was giving him fits in the first fight. And if I'm not mistaken, Donaire was somewhere close to 40 or 40 years old when he fought him the first time. Whereas, and he was in his 20s. So he should have knocked him out in the first fight. Fighting a guy, you know, like I said before, you know, at that age. What I need Anui to do is, I need him to come fight in the U.S., random blood and urine testing. I think he's a hell of a fighter. A hell of a fighter. I won't take nothing away from him. Hell of a fighter. And I like him because I see he take a lot of my stuff from my playbook. The kid.
I don't know what he is fucking talking about. Thanks for the donation, dude. Dodo donate $2. Is your mom really in chat? Hello, Richard's mom. I'm his sugar daddy. Yes, that is my mom in chat. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. No, Andrew did not get off the charges. All that happened was there was a bad translation with his indictment from Romanian to English, so the prosecutor had to just make a better translation. And I think for Tristan Tate specifically, they had to get rid of, I think, 4 lines of witness testimony from the evidence record, because there was some issue with how they collected evidence, but their trial is still ongoing.
Corruption, and told Putin about corruption in his inner circle, giving him examples. This is the famous meeting between Putin and the Russian oligarchs under Boris Yeltsin. This was in the 90s. And they were pushing back because they knew exactly what Vladimir Putin was back in 2003. And then Putin told all of them, you have to give me half. You have to give me 50% of all of your businesses, all of your industries, all of your wealth, or I will imprison and kill all of you. Mikhail Khodorkovsky refused. He refused to give up half of his net worth and businesses to the Kremlin, so Putin put him in jail, and he spent the next 10 years in prison. And all of his businesses were taken, by the way. He used to be the CEO of Lukoil. So according to Axios, U.S. offers Ukraine an improved minerals deal after Trump and Zelensky clash. Donald Trump still thinks he's going to get the rare earths, and we don't know what the new deal is. Maybe Trump took it down to 48%. But here's some analysis from Timothy Milanov. He's the president of the Kyiv School of Economics. Zelensky told Vance to Rubio in Munich he couldn't sign this agreement without parliament approval, which is true. Unlike the U.S. president, Zelensky's powers are more constrained. Sources say Zelensky's aides urged him to sign the updated proposal to avoid future clashes with Trump and then secure U.S. support. This is also true. I think if Zelensky signed this, Donald Trump would stop attacking him. Some people are saying the proposal is now a win-win, but we don't know the details of the new proposal. There's definitely some kind of culture gap issue. Ukrainians bargain differently. They take harsh offers personally as an affront. This is implicitly confirmed by Waltz's remarks today and a White House source speaking with Axios. This is all pretty silly, guys. People are dying, and Trump is trying to secure the rare earths. Here's a funny observation from Stephanie Baker. I read one of her books about sanctions being placed on Russia. And she says, having covered Ukraine off and on for years, it surprised me that Ukraine would be brimming with rare earth minerals that the country's oligarchs hadn't already captured. The disinformation is out of control. It's possible that Ukraine is overstating or Russia is overestimating these natural resources under the ground. Sure, they're still significant, but are they really more than $10 trillion worth? And there might be some embellishments happening. Who knows? Who knows? But it was something that I was thinking about as well. Here's the question. Europe's humiliating exclusion from Ukraine talks is its own fault. That's an opinion in the Moscow Times. Here's the cover of The Economist. Europe's worst nightmare. The Russians and the Americans under Trump working together. And my question for Europe is, why is Donald Trump allowed to do this at all? Extract the natural resources of Ukraine, which is on the European continent, and bring it back to America. Why is Europe's natural resources not being used to enrich Europe? Why are the Europeans not going to Zelensky first, saying, partner with us, partner with French or British or Swedish or German companies to get your resources out of the ground?
Well, it's because they have shitty, weak leadership. Most European presidents or prime ministers are just fucking retarded, so yeah.
And then we'll fund your defense. We'll make sure that Russia is beaten back, and then those 10 trillion in untapped resources will belong to Europe. Am I missing something here? Like, who's lacking this vision? Here's thoughts from the Prime Minister of Poland, Donald Tusk. Enough talking, it's time to act. Let's finance our aid for Ukraine from the Russian frozen assets. Let's strengthen air policing, the Baltic Sentry, and EU borders with Russia. Let's swiftly adopt new fiscal rules to finance the EU security and defense now. To my European friends, you've had $300 billion sitting in your banks in Belgium for 3 years now. And I've not really heard any serious discussion from European leaders about using that money to help Ukraine and defeat Russia. Here's Boris Johnson. I know he's not in office anymore, but he is a strong supporter of Ukraine. When are we Europeans going to stop being scandalized about Donald Trump and start helping him to end this war? Of course, Ukraine didn't start the war. You might as well say America attacked Japan at Pearl Harbor. Of course, a country undergoing a violent invasion should not be staging elections. There were no general elections in the UK between 1935 and 1945. Of course, Zelensky's ratings are not 4%. They are actually about the same as Trump's. Trump's statements are not intended to be historically accurate, but to shock Europeans into action. Okay, well, that's Boris Johnson's theory, but I think Trump genuinely wants to ally himself with Russia and China because they're rich and powerful. In particular, the US can see $300 billion in frozen Russian assets, mainly in Belgium. That is cash that could and should be used to pay Ukraine and
Demon cunt, Cockhead donated $2. Why don't you try to get on Misfits Box?
I barely tried, bro. I was drinking every
What is Misfits Boxing?
day. On Monday, I was at Tao nightclub. Tuesdays, I was at Little Sister. The day of the fight, I drank a Blue Moon. I was chilling, bro. And I don't have a scratch on my face, and I fought a pound-for-pound champion, undefeated.
Okay, so how about the part where you're turning? When you're doing that, are you feeling anything?
No.
Zero.
It's numb. I do that all the time in sparring. I hit myself with bamboo sticks right here. I punch myself right here. So when they hit me, I don't feel like that. Oh, yeah. I mean, pause. No, did he?
It was very obvious you were the bigger guy.
Usually he's the bigger guy. Usually he's the weight bully. But the weight bully got bullied. I barely tried, bro. I was drinking every day. On
KSI Misfits Boxing. I don't know how I'd get on here. Thanks for the donation, though, Demon Cockhead.
Well, it's official. Andrew Wilson from the Crucible's a psychopath towards non-human sentient beings. At least he's honest about it.
Going to make a bunny guillotine set on a remote control whenever I debate with a vegan. They don't answer a question to my satisfaction. Yeah, that's gross. Can answer every question to my satisfaction. I drop the guillotine anyway. Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Compensate the United States for its supports. Why is Europe preventing the unfreezing of Putin's cash? The US believes Belgium, France, and other countries are blocking. It's absurd. We need to get serious and fast. To my European friends, you're going to lose this money either way. I think if the United States fully allies itself with Russia, the United States is then going to apply pressure on the EU to lift all sanctions. As soon as all sanctions are lifted, Russia's going to pull that money out of your banks anyways and never return their business to you. So you can either give that $300 billion back to Russia, because that's the path we're currently on, or you can use that $300 billion, give it to Ukraine, defeat the Russians, and bring real security to your continent. Keep thinking about it. In the meantime, while we debate all this, Ukraine continues to suffer. Odessa recovers after 2 nights of Russian airstrikes. Around 160.
Demon Cunt donated $2. The KSI influencer boxing card, they let literally any influencer get on. I'm sure they would let you on. You fell off, but you have a name. Get X and mention Mems Taylor, KSI manager who runs the Misfit boxing cards. I'll see what I can do. Might try. Thanks for the donation, dude. Jason, titfucker, whatever. I'm just gonna call you Jason. Dude, join my door-to-door sales team. You would be a great fit. Maybe you could actually buy a Lambo and not be a broke.
I pay myself $1 million a week and I spend all of it.
Spend $1 million a week?
At least.
Now?
Yeah. On
You're
house
sitting
arrest.
at home. What do you do?
I bought another Pagani Utopia a couple days ago. That's $6 million. That's my third one, I think. So I just buy cars primarily, and diamond watches.
How many cars again? You said it was 70, you said no?
76, I think, yeah. I pay myself $1 million a week and I spend all.
He does not have that kind of money, but thanks for the donation, Jason.
60,000 people in Odessa have lost heating amid freezing temperatures after a Russian attack. Russia is still using Shahed drones to attack Ukrainian cities, but as far as like large-scale missile attacks, it's been a while. I think Russia is saving up their missiles for a massive attack when they think it'll benefit them in future talks and negotiations. We're almost to the end of the video. I just want to mention this story real quick. North Korean troops in Russia reportedly were told they were fighting South Koreans. North Koreans in Kursk were being told on the battlefield they were fighting against South Koreans. So one of the captured North Korean soldiers in Ukraine has officially requested asylum to go to South Korea. Seoul is ready to accept the captured North Korean soldier seeking asylum. Ukraine initially considered a POW exchange, but is open to transferring these North Korean soldiers to South Korea. One piece of good news from the last 2 days that I could find. Lithuania transfers sites with thermal imagers to Ukraine. Thank you so much, the fantastic.
Hearing Jake Bro's voice fills me with unspeakable rage. He is a retarded faggot with a fucked up triangle hairline and is Ukrainian propaganda. Stop watching Jake Bro. Please stop watching this faggot.
I'm gonna keep watching him. Thanks for the donation, though, Majin Buu.
People of Lithuania. Final video. February 20th is the day when we remember and commemorate those who made their choice to be free, to build a strong European Ukraine, and to resist subjugation. They sacrificed the most precious thing, their lives, so that we could live in a free state. This is Zelensky and the First Lady honoring fallen heroes. Glory to Ukraine.
Okay.
The little known actress, you might know about her if you're at all familiar with what Hideo Kojima tweets about. Who? I can't help you with your removal from pop culture. She was in Dune Part 2? Was she? Oh, I don't know. I'm also pretty removed from pop culture. She was in Euphoria? Yeah, I knew that. That I was aware of. She wasn't in Dune.
To share with whoever is listening. So I'm sure most of us remember on
I think the first day of Trump's presidency, he like signed an executive order to declare only 2 genders recognized by the state, male and female, assigned at birth. And as a result,
Hey chat, don't be weird. In fairness, I think that with Hunter Schafer not saying "wow, so pretty" is the weird thing to do, but it's okay, guys. We know she's pretty. It's all right. You're kind of virtue signaling for the crowd. We know it's a pretty well-known factoid, I would say.
Result of this, which I wrote down because I want to get it right, the Bureau of Consular Affairs has frozen passport applications requesting a gender marker change or renewals or new applications with a gender marker differing from an applicant's gender assigned at birth. So my initial reaction to this, because our president, you know, is a lot of talk, was like, I'll believe it when I see it. And today, I saw it on my new passport.
They mailed Hunter Schafer's damn passport, and she updated it. I mean, the administration's been doing this. It's just, you know, I'm happy to see it, you know, talked about publicly. They do what now? She's a trans woman. So it says M now. See?
Male. So now to specify, my gender markers were first changed in my teens when I first got my driver's license and then passport.
Imagine a customs agent from a different country looking at this confusion. Well, I mean, what you're basically doing is mandating that trans people have IDs that out them as trans. Like, you no longer have the ability to pass anytime your ID is presented, because obviously Hunter Schafer presenting an ID that says she's male would out that she's trans. Not well, she's a public figure, so that's known. But you understand the point, you know? It doesn't like aid in understanding of the world. There's no reason for identification to have your gender, by the way. That's not how the government tracks you. It's not like, you know, with your name and social security number and all of the identification on your passport, the government's like, okay, that's almost enough information to pin this person down, but we really need to know what their gender/sex is. It's a holdover from the days when an ID card and like identification at a checkpoint was literally like a guy looking at a document and looking at you and vibe checking it, which is how things were for thousands of years up until we developed, you know, modern record keeping and computers and stuff, pretty much.
Following all have been female since then. Hasn't really been a problem. However, last year when I was filming in Barcelona,
beautiful city,
our car got broken into and my bag got stolen, and
horrible
inside
city.
of that was my passport, which was supposed to last me like, you know, up until my 30s.
That sucks.
And so I got an emergency passport, which was very simple at the time. It's basically just a copy of my old passport, but temporary and only supposed to be used within the year. So as soon as I got back to the States, I had to get this fixed and get it replaced with a real proper passport, which I went to.
Sorry about the DC.
Demon cunt donate tellers, we need to see you knock out this cunt. Okay, I'll try. Thanks for the donation, Demon Cunt.
Thanks.
Federal passport agency today in LA and did. I've had to do this one time before. No part of the process was different. I filled everything out just like I normally would. I put female.
My mind, I'm gonna look away.
And
hold on.
when it was picked up.
2 minutes and 50 seconds in. 1 moment. Hopefully this isn't desynced.
And I opened it up.
There we go.
They had changed the marker to male. And I'm not making this post to fearmonger or to create like drama or receive consolation. I don't need it, but I do.
Please sing this song. I think your singing voice is great for the song.
Alright, I'll do that for you. I shot myself yesterday. Got to heaven anyway. Think I might regret it now. Tie my feet to rocks and drown. If you don't bleed, then you don't die. Cross my heart and hope to fly. If you like it, then you'll make it out alive. If they could see me now, smiling 6 feet underground, I'll tie my feet to rocks and drown. You'll miss me when I'm not around. Last call, you'll miss me when I'm not around. You'll miss me when I'm not around. Promise if I make it, I'll kiss you goodnight. You'll miss me when I'm down, you'll miss me when I'm down. Hurt myself again today. Doesn't matter anyway. I'll make it to heaven even if I have to climb the clouds and learn to fly. If you don't bleed, then you don't die. Cross my heart and hope to fly. If you like it, then you'll make it out alive. If they could see me now, smiling 6 feet underground, I'll tie my feet to rocks and drown. You'll miss me when I'm not around. You'll miss me when I'm not around. You'll miss me when I'm not around. Promise if I make it, I'll kiss you goodnight. You'll miss me when I'm down. You'll miss me when I'm down. You'll miss me when I'm not around. You'll miss me when I'm not around. Promise if I make it, I'll kiss you goodnight. You'll miss me when I'm down. You'll miss me when I'm down. Well, that was fucking terrible. Thanks for the donation though, Drac.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing better. I actually got some sleep, so I am feeling a fair bit better. Thanks for the donation, Nutmuffin.
Dude, that fat ginger on the screen is such a fucking beta. Why do you even bother to defend trannies? Like they are mentally ill, obviously. No one even cares that they are trans either. You are not a woman if you chop your cock off anyways. Fight on Misfits.
Okay, I'll fight on Misfits. Thanks for the donation, Jason. Did you actually record your grandpa dying, or are you still glad he died? Well, yeah, I mean, he wasn't vegan, so... And yeah, I filmed it. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I think it's worth posting to sort of note the reality of the situation and that it is actually happening. And I was shocked. I was shocked because I don't know. I just didn't think it was actually going to happen. And like, I want to acknowledge my...
I am really glad that she's talking about this. Obviously, like, one of the Jew who's very, very important. I mean, human reaction to, like, it's very to... But, like, why would you not think it's going to happen? Lord, please, celebrity who voted for this.
Can adhere to, like, contemporary beauty standards, and I can participate in all of that. And I pass, and it still happened. Yeah, I never had my birth certificate changed. So this has led me to believe that I think the agent...
Oh, right. We're watching these in segments now.
The US president is a Russian spy. And if that doesn't concern you, nothing will. All right, Sebastian. Huh? Hey, me get over there. Come here, you. Hello, fella. Well, there's this article that happens to be in the Byline.
That's a nice dog.
Times. It's a UK paper. It's quite a new paper, in fact. You're going to have your food. Is that what it is? You see Mummy making food? Is she? Well, Donald Trump was recruited by the KGB under the codename Krasnov. Now, these are claims by a former Soviet spy chief. Now, I'm just winging this video because I've got the article here. I'll leave a link in the description if you want to read it for yourself. Now, I know there has been these allegations in the past, but very rarely does it involve an interview with a Soviet spy chief. It should really worry, because this isn't just happened. This is...
I've never watched the show Corner Gas, dude. I don't watch shitty cable television.
Quite a while ago now, actually. We don't know what he's been up to. But it shouldn't really surprise you either, to be fair. Now, a former senior Soviet KGB spy chief has claimed that Donald Trump was recruited as a spy by Russian intelligence as early as 38 years ago by his department, and given the codename Krasnov, Russia's Committee for State Security, agency of the Soviet Union between 1954 and 1991, responsible for internal security, foreign intelligence, and counterintelligence and secret police functions. In an extraordinary post, this was on Facebook on the 20th of February, a couple days ago, Alnir Muskiev, who used to run the successor to the Soviet-era KGB in Kazakhstan, claimed that he was personally aware of Trump's recruitment by the agency in 1987. The recruitment, he said, was undertaken by his own KGB department. One of the key roles of that department was to acquire intelligence through business leaders in Western countries. hence Donald Trump. Now, in 1987, I served in the 6th Directorate of the KGB in the USSR in Moscow. The most important area of work of the 6th Directorate was the recruitment of businessmen from the capitalist countries, wrote Muskiev.
Dude, why do you keep trying to act like a fake psychopath? I think you just need to get on Misfits and fight and become a Christian for once. Your dead grandpa is fucked just for that. I'm going to slaughter and chop off a pig's head tomorrow. Fuck you.
Alright, thanks for the donation, dude.
I can't pronounce his name, I do apologise. In a Russian language post on Facebook. Now, it was that year that our office recruited 40-year-old businessman from the United States, Donald Trump, under the pseudonym Krasnov. He later added in the activity of intelligence agency. So, agencies as in life, everything is possible. Okay, we're done. She's just got me a coffee, but I need that. My throat is going a bit crazy. Yoda, yes. Yeah, so his most recent senior intelligence position was the head of Kazakhstan's National Security Committee under the tenure of President Nursultan Nazarbayev from May 1997 to September 1998. And he returned for a second term from August 1999 to 2001. And prior to that, however, he was long serving as a KGB officer. In 2007, he fled the country after accusing the government of widespread corruption in the form of accepting millions of dollars in bribes from Western oil giants, exiled to Austria in 2008.
Can you please do 6 sit-ups with Joey and Gummy alternating between the two handsome guys?
Okay, I can do that. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though. Joey. Gum Gum. Joey. Gum Gum. Joey. Gum Gum. There you go. Alright, thanks for the donation, Ethan, now. Appreciate it. Jason, donate tellers. Filming your dead grandpa's fucked. Well, he wasn't dead when I was filming him. Is what I meant. I don't make fun of the dead unless it's a pig that I ripped apart limb from limb and used its head for my animal-based soup. Go fuck yourself, you faggot. Get on Misfits, you pussy. Said 6, not 3. I did 6. Yeah, I did 6. I did 6. I literally counted on my hand. I did 6. But thanks for the donation, Jason.
And he survived an attempted kidnapping, which he attributed to the Kazakhstan government. Now, Byline Times, which is the paper I'm reading, can confirm, based on an archived Russian newspaper materials, that Muskiev first joined active military service in KGB of the Soviet Union in 1979. He then joined the KGB counterintelligence of the Kazakh Special Services. I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly, so I apologise.
Demon Cunt donated $2. Can you explain in detail why you actually filmed your dying grandpa? Was it because you hated him, and why did you hate him? Did he beat your ass as a kid or touch you? Well, I was mad at him. He wasn't that nice to me, and he was kind of being a intolerable prick for a few months before he died, so... Yeah, filming him was kind of a way of me just reliving the experience and getting the satisfaction of seeing him die. Thanks for the donation, Demon Cunt.
And from 1986 to 1989, the period in which he...
What's up with the dumbasses in stream today?
I don't know, I think they're always here, dude. Thanks for the donation, Nutmuffin.
said he was aware of Donald Trump's KGB recruitment. Now, he was second to the Central Office of the Ministry of Internal Affairs in the USSR in Moscow before returning to the KGB.
I think Gum Gum's upstairs. I fed him pretty late tonight. I fed him at like 9, and usually after he eats, he gets a little tired and just relaxes, so... He might still be upstairs. Usually I feed him around 6, and then by the time I stream, he like comes down, but I think because I fed him later, he's just chilling upstairs. I'll actually go check on him and see what he's doing. I'll be right back. I gotta piss anyway. Alright, well, Gum Gum's doing good. He's just chilling on his cat tower upstairs.
The Russian language sources on Muskov's KGB career are unclear on which directorate he was involved in, although in his Facebook post he said that he also had been described as working in the 8th Main Directorate of the Ministry of Internal Affairs in the USSR, public information, and these directorates and how they work in sparse. Now, the memoirs of KGB defectors like Oleg Gordievsky, Yuri Bezmenov, and Stanislav Levchenko confirm that in this period, Western business leaders were frequently the targets of Soviet intelligence. Although the Ministry of Internal Affairs did not typically initiate these operations, these accounts show that it is frequently supported and facilitated the KGB's operations by leveraging its domestic authority inside the USSR, particularly in terms of surveillance, entrapment, and visa oversight for foreign visitors. Now, there has been a history of allegations. I'm not going to read any more because the video will get too long, but I'll leave the link in the description if you want to read it for yourself. But as you can see, this should be deeply concerning, for anyone, in fact, even MAGA. You voted for this man, who effectively, appears to be a KGB operative. Whether he's acted or not, I don't know, but he's behaving though he is, especially after what we have been seeing recently regarding Volodymyr Zelensky and Ukraine, and how he's been effectively sucking up to Putin. They're all cracking open the champagne at the moment, aren't they, with the wins they've been getting under Donald Trump.
Jason donated $2. Hypothetically, if an animal were to die of natural causes, then you cooked and ate it, would that still be immoral? No, I wouldn't say it's immoral. Thanks for the donation, Jason.
It's hilarious, I'm sure.
T donated $2. Can you show the handle of your mom's channel so I can give her a sub? I'm not going to bother doing that. Thanks for the donation, T.
Volodymyr Zelensky is being treated like shit. Same as I say, he certainly has been, and effectively been a traitor to the cause. So anyway, let me know what you think.
Well, we know a Russian oligarch basically bailed out Donald Trump during one of his bankruptcies, so it wouldn't surprise me if he's a Russian agent.
Wants to know.
Alright, let's play some Ghost of Tsushima.
Please sing.
Let me take a look even now. I can only count to 4. 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 Five, four, 5, 4. Me count so poor. Gonna count now. 1. I can count to 2, 3. I can count to 3, 4. I can count no more. 1. What comes after 1? 2. What comes after 2? 3. What comes after 3? 4. I can only count to 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 4. Count. 1, 2, 9, 10. Lost count again. Gonna count now. 1, apple. I can count to 2. I can count to 2. 3. I can count to 3. 4. I can't count no more. 1, Highlander. What comes after? What comes after 2? What comes after 3? 4. I can only count to 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 4. Numbers I have all beaten you. You never made it through middle school. Your education failed your mind. Now the numbers have left your brain behind. I can only count to 4. I can only count to 4. I can only count to 4. One. I can count to 1, 2. I can count to 2, 3. I can count to 3, 4. I can't count no more. What comes after 1? 2. What comes after 2? What comes after 3? 4. We can only count to 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 4. Math and numbers. Lots of numbers. That's pretty dope. Thanks for the donation, even though. Oh, hey, Gum Gum. Oh, wow. Gum Gum's drinking water.
Who is your best friend? Is it Isaac? Can you tell us about him? How close are you guys?
It's not Isaac, and we're pretty damn close. We've basically had our cocks up each other's butts. Thanks for the donation, cock. Bend over, donate $2. Would this be considered immortal to do this with dead bodies of rats that died from natural causes?
For the love of God, don't Oh, God! Gotcha. See, kids? Natural disasters have their lighter sides, too. You just have to be creative. Yeah, like my dead rat marionette theater. I'm so stressed. Life sure is a human race.
Yeah, I mean, if the rats died of natural causes, sure. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Alright.
I had a dream where I had you tied down naked and I was rubbing your nipples and you got hard, then you got angry saying let me go you fucker, but that didn't stop me. Then I milked your cock while you struggled and begged me stop. I forced so much cum.
Well, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, Gideon. And also, this is a cat. Do you see this? This is a cat. This is a very nice cat. Look how nice this cat is. So nice. Mwah. I love you, Gum Gum. Such a sweet baby. Yeah, come lie down, Gum Gum. Wow. Oh my god. It's so nice to have a cat sit on me. Gummy and I had an afternoon nap and he was lying down on my chest. It's really nice. Love it when Gum Gum lies down on me. Such a good Gum Gum. You're a sweet little cuddly baby. Only got one cat now. Jasmine took BMO. Definitely want to take out that stupid camp. Yeah, we had trouble taking out this camp before. Oh, and there's a guy over there. That's my cousin.
Send your best warrior.
Scream.
If there's any gaps in the fence here. Oh, yeah, there are. Sweet. It's a good gum gum.
Touché. Der Mund beißt. I'm not listening. Facciamo squid.
Fuck.
Do you think times will ever get better, or are we just doomed as a species?
Well, I think things generally are getting better, but you have some peaks and valleys where things get a lot worse, a lot better, but we're on a general trend towards things getting better, I think. And once Donald Trump's out of office, you know, things will probably get a lot better. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yay, I captured the thing.
Always been
And I
the
did it
weakest
without
game on
dying
the
this
island.
time.
But sellouts, traitors?
Maybe
Oh,
Yamaneko
come,
got tired
come.
of being the butt of every joke.
I love my little Gum Gum. He's such a nice son of a bitch.
How long have I been doing this?
Damn it, I think I have to go around. Yeah, you're good, Gum Gum. You know, you're so handsome, Gum Gum. Yeah, you're so handsome. I love you. Gummy is such a good baby. Wait, where am I going? Oh, I'm like right there. I see.
Jin from Yarikawa. Didn't think you'd make it.
What happened here?
Friends of mine lived on this farm. I hoped they'd join our fight, but those Mongol bastards got to them first. The least they deserve is a proper burial. Won't be long.
I'll help you.
You don't have to do that.
I know. I want to.
Yes, you missed the politics segment.
Grab a spade. May they find peace in the next life.
I didn't take you for a religious man.
I'm full of surprises.
You said you would think about bringing me to your crew. Have you made up your mind?
That depends. Is the eagle's poison still affecting you?
Yes, but it hasn't slowed me down. Take me to meet your raider friends, and I'll prove I can help you fight back.
All right, samurai. We've got a ride ahead of us. Try and keep up.
Where are you taking me?
An old raider stronghold. We used it to hide from the samurai. Now it's keeping us safe from the Mongols.
You're not worried about taking a samurai to your secret hideaway?
Of course I am. But we need every fighting arm we can get. Just watch yourself once we get there. Ever since the Sakai invasion, samurai are slightly less popular than a pit of venomous snakes.
The Sakai invasion?
The butcher of Iki and his gang thought they could bring a little law and order to our island. We showed them, but not before losing a lot of good people.
From what I heard, neither side was innocent.
There's some truth to that. I've never seen a pretty war. There's a hidden entrance to the stronghold up ahead.
Mongols!
They found the entrance. Let's see how good
Throw
you
your
are at that
blade!
blade, samurai.
Ujuk! Salvaku! Alaruki!
Damn it. Oh, fuck you.
Good. You're not too sick to fight.
Yeah, she
We're
got
not
me
getting in
bites.
this way.
That's Fune's doing. Any outsiders find our home, we block the entrance and kill the witnesses. No exceptions.
I hope she's more welcoming to invited guests.
We'll find out soon enough.
Is there another way in?
Only by sea. There was a path years ago, before my time. Don't know if it's still there.
It's worth a shot.
How many samurai has this man murdered? Remember your father's attendant? His throat was opened while he slept. His blood sprayed your tent.
Silence!
Jin, you alright?
Yes. Sometimes I hear the eagle's voice.
Like she can read your mind or something?
No. I hear my own thoughts. Things I didn't know I was thinking. But in her voice.
I hope it wears off.
I see why the samurai never found this hideaway of yours.
It's the only stronghold on Iki that survived the Sakai invasion.
Let's hope that holds for the Mongols.
No way to cross.
There's always a way.
Samurai have to say shit like that.
Do pirates have to mouth off?
Just the clever ones. Neat trick. I could use one of those.
It was a gift. From a brilliant friend. He passed.
I'm sorry to hear that. Never seen a samurai do that before.
You're welcome to join me.
You alright?
I'm fine.
You're doing great. Don't die. Not bad. Bastards. They're after one of our ships.
Friends of yours?
Wouldn't call them friends. But yes, I knew them. That makes 4 craft we've lost to the Eagle's warship.
I'll get us through here. How did you join up with
I don't
Fune?
think the U.S. is trying to get liberal candidates selected in Canada.
You mean Fort Sakai?
Terrible food. But we left with our heads intact. Most of the guests weren't so lucky. Almost there.
He is luring you into a den of murderers. They will kill you just as they killed your father.
When we step through that gate, there's no turning back. Everything you do is on my head. Don't make me regret this, Samurai.
You don't have to worry about me, Tenzo. I promise.
Good. Keep that attitude and you'll be fine. Just stay close, keep your sword sheathed, and let me do the talking. Here we go.
Tenzo? You're back. You brought a samurai here? Wait until Hune hears about this.
I'll tell her myself. Get back to your posts.
I'm watching you, samurai.
Let's get you to Fune. Impress her, and the wolves will back off.
And if I don't impress her?
I've seen her tie men up and leave them to drown at high tide. Even hung one traitor from the mast of her ship for the gulls to eat. But I don't know what she'll do to a samurai.
Those people.
More victims of the eagle's poison. Not as lucky as you.
Tenzo! You're running out of clean rags!
Check the drawers. I have a shirt you can strip down. Let's go, Jin. Fune's waiting.
Was that your house?
They needed more than me. There's Fune, watching us from her favorite perch.
Tenzo! Get your ass up here!
Coming, Fune! Remember, make nice. And stow the samurai attitude.
Welcome back, Tenzo.
I can explain.
I hope so, because right now, I'm really curious why you brought a samurai into my home.
You sent me to find people who can fight.
Fight for us, not against us.
If I wanted to come for you, you would know it.
Jin.
It's all right, Tenzo. I want to hear this samurai dig his own grave.
I'm here because the Mongols invaded my home too. And if the eagle isn't stopped on your shores, she's going to bring her army and her poison to Tsushima. We can defeat the eagle and save both our homes, but only if we work together.
Thanks for the donation, Nutmuffin. Appreciate
He's
it.
your catch, Tenzo. What's your take?
Maybe he helps us. Or he's skewered on a Mongol spear. And you get to brag about one more samurai dying on Iki Island. Either way, we've got nothing to lose.
You're in, samurai. I hope you don't get seasick. When the next storm hits, we're taking every boat in this cove and attacking that Mongol warship.
Sounds like a good way to lose half your men. Get me aboard that warship, and I can sink it.
Tenzo, get this fool out of my face.
Jin may have a point. We can't get close enough to board the warship, but a Mongol boat from Iki resupplies them every few days.
We can take their supply ship and make the delivery ourselves.
Tenzo, if you think this can work, you're in charge.
I need 12 men. Jin can be one of them.
They're yours.
The supply ship docks on the northeast side of the island. Look for a small inlet, steep cliffs.
I'll meet you there. Fune, it has been a pleasure.
Just watch your step, samurai.
Hey Jalen, what's up?
checking the sky.
Hoping another massive rain washes. These bastards away.
It will take us too.
No, we know where it floods here. They don't.
Where's the thing?
He cut off their ears.
Jason Killer, $2. So technically it's not necessarily eating animals that's immoral, it's ending their lives prematurely.
You bring a 4 in here right now with a big butt.
Yes.
Or big boots. Bruh, I'll bend her over that table right there. I don't care. Now she thinks that she's on.
I don't care. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Noses, then their lips. Such was the cruelty of Black Hand Riku.
Cursed bastard.
What are you talking about?
Black Hand Riku, the cursed pirate captain who terrorizes Iki Island from beyond the grave.
Black Hand Riku. Didn't he die at sea?
Yeah, I liked
years
some of
ago?
the Tomb Raider
That
games.
he did. I am
Apparently they're
Kashira.
making a new
I
one.
sailed under Riku's blood-stained banner. The things I saw still haunt my nightmares.
Perhaps you can tell me the tale.
Of course. I hope you have a strong stomach. Black Hand Riku was once the cruelest pirate captain to ever terrorize Iki Island. He carved up his victims, piece by piece, always saving a morsel for his loyal companion, a vicious monkey. Riku built his armor to honor a brutal Sarugami. This monkey demon inhabited his armor. Its cursed whispers drove Riku to take risks, tempting him with the spoils of battle, while pushing him to the brink of ruin. 6 years ago,
I wish you could
Black
skip
Hand
these
Riku
stupid
attacked
cutscenes.
a refugee ship, its cargo, children. He threw the young ones overboard. Their samurai protector, he skinned alive. His crew watched in horror while Riku's monkey fed on the trimmings. Then, mutiny. Black Hand Riku's crew plotted to poison their wretched leader. He was stabbed through the chest and blinded by the poison, but he clung to life, protected by the armor of the Sarugami. Riku set his ship ablaze and fled with his monkey, while his crew burned to death in their fiery tomb. Before he died, Riku hid his Sarugami armor somewhere on Iki Island.
Demon, donate $2. How fast can someone put on muscle if they're working out 5 days a week like a demon? First year of lifting, you can potentially gain about 20 pounds of muscle. Second year is going to be around 10. Third year is going to be around 5. And then from there, you're going to gain around 1 to 2 pounds of muscle per year. It's assuming if you're training naturally.
It's really how.
Okay, that was a bad video. Thanks for the donation, Demon.
Now he haunts the coast, a wrathful spirit who preys on anyone brave or foolish enough to seek the cursed armor of Black Hand Riku.
So you sailed with Black Hand Riku and plotted his death.
Someone had to stop him.
And no one has found his Sarugami armor?
Many have tried.
No, I am not
All fell victim
antinatalism.
to his wrathful spirit. People say the monkeys of Iki are his eyes and ears.
If that's the case, he already knows I'm interested. Where did your ship go down?
I don't remember much of that night, but one other crew member survived. Minato. She spent her time hiking Mount Take no Tsuchi, trying to forget the horrors we lived through.
Thank you for the tale.
Be careful. The monkeys are watching. Black Hand Riku sees everything.
How do I get out of here? Yeah, like literally, how do you leave?
You hear? Yes, is back from Tsushima. Yeah, probably got sick of all that kneeling and bowing.
Huh. Demon, donate $2. Do you need to be training till failure every time you work out?
Noticed your eyes immediately and your ass in those jeans, but these jeans are tight. Just saying, I'm sure you get complimented.
I'll be walking through a store and a black girl will be like, damn, like, yeah. And it proves a point directly because you had that thought about my ass in those jeans way back in there, but you didn't say anything. Black women say what white women think. I would have walked in, she would have been like,
Noticed your
So no, you don't need to train to failure every single session. You should generally be at least within 3 reps shy of failure. Thanks for the donation, Demon.
Here!
What's going on over there?
Come here and fight!
They see you.
What in the fuck?
A frightened little boy.
Oh my god.
On our walks, my mother would regale me with funny stories about the cats that roam the palaces in Kyoto.
Look at the little kitty. My goodness. Look at the little kitty. Oh. Look at the kitty. Oh, that's a nice kitty. Oh my goodness. That is so
I would pepper her
nice.
with questions.
Wow, look at
Soon
those little
enough,
kitties.
It was time for Bokken practice.
Oh, they're
My mother
running
would bring me to the
around.
swordmaster, a gruff country samurai. But I think she wanted something else for me.
Look at those kitties. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna pet the cat. Yeah, there we go. We're petting the kitty. Oh my god, that's so nice. Wow, that's nice. Oh, I love kitties.
What's it? That's a good boy. Hey!
Scheinbar utan ursno.
What in the fuck? There's no, That's a bullshit move.
You'll be free soon.
If we had you at Katayama Market, we would have stopped the Mongols for sure.
You fought the Eagle tribe?
We tried. They seized our trading hub, but not without a fight.
I admire your spirit. Maybe I can help take the market back. Kaze.
Oh, I see. Alright, let's take over this base.
They've seen me.
Oh, shit. This is stupid.
Like the Huachas on Tsushima, but they fire the same.
Fuck.
Take it, man!
Jeez, that has a huge fucking range. Do I have 2 big meals a day? Well, yeah, they have to be bigger if you have fewer meals. Oh, hey, Gum Gum. Can she use little kitty paws right here?
You keep checking those cards.
Hoping another massive rain washes these bastards away.
Oh, Gum Gum. I love you so much, Gum Gum. Gum Gum is the best kitty. Jason donated $2. Let me see. Okay, thanks for the donation, Jason.
It's an ambush.
The fuck?
Bastards! You pay for that.
Oh, what the fuck? What?
Samurai!
Now let's play the flute.
Feels wrong to shed blood here. It's so peaceful.
Cat. Look at the cat. Oh, kitty. That's a nice kitty. Look how nice. Such a nice kitty.
My mother did this. She lured me away from study and practice with the promise of pears or dried melons, then lied to my father and said we'd studied all afternoon. She told me sometimes living is more important.
Costa, that's it.
Oh, can I get across? Shall I? So stupid. I don't know why they don't let your horse swim. And what the fuck? Why couldn't the horse cross? He's taller than me. It's retarded. Let me see. You ever feel guilty or bad for your grandpa? No. Thanks for that donation, dude. Jason donated $2. Let me see. Well, she's doing pretty good. Thanks for the donation, Jason.
You are not alone in this world. If you ever need guidance, Clan Adachi.
This is Ghost of Tsushima. The second game hasn't come out yet.
Adachi is dead. I tried to save them.
Masako, you can't blame yourself.
Send your best woman.
Oh, like
Tell your shaman I won't kneel and I won't drink your damn poison, whatever it is. I've heard what she does to people.
Shaimad utan uvchno. Hashayav chopilo no.
You're going to be all right.
Who'd have guessed? Saved by a samurai.
Are you Minato?
Who's asking?
A Ronin looking for some long-lost armor. I hear you used to sail on the Black Hand Riku.
Shh, quiet. He'll hear you.
So you believe the stories?
Some nights, I feel Riku watching me. I can hear his pet monkey sucking marrow from bones. I know it sounds crazy, but I swear those filthy monkeys.
My tunest mesli pedereshken, varvatan forshpishi, varpool darvali nakadin karo. Avals adam varkali, as in armudraza tarif kardam, varbodon k video heydegari azashtidam, goa mojadbud. Nevesh tarmpar midram, manas hamai ihamo tanafaram.
Well, I don't speak Spanish, but thanks for the donation, Mandalam.
Are watching us.
Do you remember anything about the night of the mutiny? Anything that could help me find his final resting place?
We were anchored just off the northeastern.
Demon, donated $2. What to do when there's nothing to do in life? Money doesn't excite you anymore. Should I start ripping lines of coke to get dopamine going? Well, he's not doing too bad for fatso. I would say pet a cat. Petting cats always gets me a good dopamine rush. Thanks for the donation, Demon. Yeah, that's my Gum. Oh my goodness. Gum is so handsome. You know I love you, Gum. Yeah, you're such a sweetie baby.
Sure, there was something under the water. Something glowing.
The moon's reflection?
Moon wasn't out that night.
Glowing water. It's not much, but it will have to do.
Do yourself a favor. Forget the armor.
Don't tell me what to do, bitch.
Quickly, Kaze!
We're going to die out there.
Heal! Run the down!
Don't understand.
You'll be free soon.
This is Ghost of Sekiro.
The Eagle Tribe
Tsushima
said they were
dies
helping
twice.
us. Good thing you found me.
You're safe now.
Let's go, Kaze.
Oh, it's a monkey. Jason, donate $2. Let me see.
I'm gonna be very honest with you. I did not like you guys. I see your TikTok videos, misogyny. I actually watched your emergency meeting with one of my cousins. I was like, okay, these guys are actually not that bad. I'm in college right now. Don't want to work a corporate job. I joined the Heroes year. I was able to make 90,000 in the past 4 months.
My university. Yeah, well, that's fake. Advice for cokeheads. Also, how many hours do you spend on your computer? You're addicted to it. Well, it's kind of my job to be on my computer, so don't think I'm addicted. And I guess if you're addicted to coke, maybe try heroin. That should make you less interested in doing coke. Thanks for the donation, though, Jason. Oh, Gum. Love my Gum. That looks like glowing water to me.
Faster, Kaze.
Light beneath the water. Riku was blinded. Maybe he saw just enough to follow the light, or his pet monkey did.
Yeah, killing floor 3 doesn't look that great. Saw one of the gameplay trailers.
Did you come here, Riku?
Monkey. A lot of monkeys here. Look at these monkeys.
A passage. Blocked. If I light the brazier, maybe I'll find a way through. Need a light. How can I start a fire? Maybe those flaming arrows. Someone left writing here. A note. Someone's hoard. Must have taken years to collect.
I have seen you in my dreams.
Show yourself.
Another hunter, desperate for my armor and the power of the Sarugami.
Black Hand Riku, you survived.
No, I was reborn in darkness.
You're blind. This isn't a fair fight.
No, it is not.
What in the fuck?
My family.
I don't know how the hell you're supposed to dodge that because the hitbox is terrible. Fuck.
Come,
Are you kidding me?
my family. Feast.
Oh
You
shit.
will never see the sun.
Fuck. fucking hell? What a load of bullshit.
My family hungers.
Bullshit. What?
Come,
Oh my
my
God.
family. Feast.
I can't believe it.
Come, my family. Feast.
Yeah, I played Days Gone. It was okay. They're coming out with a remastered version. God damn it. Oh my God, he keeps spamming it.
You will never see the sun.
What in the fuck? Okay, great. Yeah, the game just screwed me. Right. Yay. What in the fuck? Dude, I swear I blocked that. Fuck off. Nighty night, Chef Poppy. John donated $2. I'm a gay dude, but I think you're super fucking hot and sexy. Well, thank you, John. I think most straight guys think that too, but they just don't want to admit it.
blade, Sarugami.
Poor shit. What in the fuck? Dude, why does it have to slow down so that it completely fucks up your timing? Oh, that is so stupid. Great. Oh my god.
My family. Feast.
Eat shit. What a load of fuck.
Come.
Just all of a sudden, it's not doing the inputs. Oh, hey Gum Gum. Love my Gum Gum. I swear to fuck, it's just deciding whether or not it parries. Yes, of course, because when an attack doesn't land...
You will never see the sun. Come, my family. Feast.
So, you can get sword slashed and lived, but if he kicks you, you're dead. Okay. That makes sense. Great.
Come, my family. Feast. You will never see the sun.
I just don't get it. I swear the game is just like, no, you lose again. Yeah.
Come, my family. Feast.
Yeah, Days Gone wasn't that great. It had pretty bad pacing. Story was also kind of stupid.
Come, my
This is
family.
just...
Feast.
Fuck off. Like, just fuck off, eat shit.
My family hungers.
Fuck right off. Yeah, yeah.
Come, my family.
Right. I'm sure.
Feast.
I'm sure. Sure. Right.
Guide my blade, Sarugami.
There we go, bitch. Fuck you. Absolute dickhead. Alright, it might make sense to upgrade that. I'm gonna switch back to the other thing though. Why can't I?
Time to get out of here.
He's over here! The armor's a good fit, my lord. You look just like old Riku.
Kashira, shouldn't you be busy telling ghost stories in Funa's refuge?
Hand over the armor, and make it quick. I need to piss. Been saving it for Riku's corpse.
Riku's yours. The armor is mine.
Damn samurai.
I might use this. Shit. Fuck. Why is it not letting me parry? Oh, that's stupid.
Please. I'll kill you.
That's all of them.
I actually like this armor.
The Sarugami still inhabits the armor. A gift and a curse.
So where is the armorer?
Just can't wait to get back out to sea. I never told anyone.
Armorer. Here's the armor.
Tough bastard like you needs sturdy armor to match. My best work. Wear it well.
So I just need more supplies for the full upgrade. Hate how there's that dorky helmet. That's kind of gay, but...
All my customers.
Yeah, what's the deal with this dorky ass helmet? Oh, no. I mean, that's fine. I think I'd rather have one of these hats. That's a good hat.
Let's come back.
Alright. I think that'll be that for tonight. I'm gonna go head to bed. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Should be on tomorrow, and I don't have to train tomorrow, so I might do an afternoon stream. So see you all tomorrow, and sweet dreams.